Welcome to the committee of the whole do we need a sound check? Are we okay? Good.
Loud and clear.
Are we good to go?
Yeah, I'm hearing in background noise that's pretty distracting.
Yeah.
That's my fault. I've got kids behind me, and
Okay. Maybe you could just mute your microphone for a minute.
Sure.
Thanks. Welcome everybody to the committee of the whole for Tuesday, May 26, 2026, in the council chambers at Municipal Hall. I like to start these meetings by giving a little bit of a thank you to the land that holds us, to the waters that flow and hold our salmon, to the fires that warm, and to the air that we breathe. So with that, I'll just please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have any concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, which is Ms. Von Blodo. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Anderson. And we'll move on with our first invited presentation, which is Mr. Peter Scholz from Cairnstone Planning, talking about the Prince George to North Vancouver Railway, transitioning from Class 1 management. Okay, thank you. Mr. Scholz, if you're ready, please take it away.
Thank you very much. This is a verbal update. I was actually hoping that Councillor Anderson would be present so he could advise on topics that would be of most interest to the district. The phase 1 project is now completed, and what we found in brief summary is that there is a strong business case for a rail service being reinstituted between Prince George and the Lower Mainland, or to Squamish. The primary source of this data was the truck counter stations in the South Caribou and in the Fraser Canyon. And what we found is that based on the number of trucks that are going by on an annual basis, multiplied by an average of 10 tons per truck with 50% empty and 60% full. So you take 10 tons times 50% times 60% and then multiply the number of trucks, you come up with a number of 6.3 million tons a year traffic transiting between Caribou and Lower Mainland. Freight rail operational finance neutrality, so the point at which a freight rail service would achieve operational cost neutrality is 2.4 million tons a year approximate, based on the estimates by Columbia Rail, which is based on their experience on 6 different short haul lines. So what it breaks down to is about 1/3 of the existing traffic would need to switch to track. And you'd have a functional service, and we expect the number would increase with time, being driven by the Exeter internal port. And moving forward, any kind of formal arrangements between the one or both ports at Squamish and the Exeter inland port would strengthen that business case further, because this would be additional growth. I know the interest in Squamish is primarily in passenger services, but you also have to think of Squamish as being the port of the Caribou. The Port of Vancouver has become very congested and is recognized as a generally inefficiently run port. So the import-export functions to the BC interior would be naturally drawn to the Port of Squamish. So we anticipate reestablishing would have a positive impact on the industry and employment sectors in Squamish. In terms of passenger rail, I was hoping to have a breakdown by freight categories. I was not able to procure that information, but locally, a lot of the truck traffic is grocery trucks. And if we have a roll-on, roll-off system for grocery trailers, I would advise, and VIA is looking into a combined system where 1 or 2 Via Rail cars are added on to the grocery trains, so that the trucks are on a flat car on the train, and then on that train you attach a couple of passenger cars. That is what is done for the Keewatin Railway in northern Manitoba. Via Rail is looking into that actively right now. They are in active discussions with Columbia Rail. So I believe that in terms of it may not be the most impressive thing, but it's cheap and likely to be effective. I was forced to delve into the BC Rail Revitalization Agreement, which is effectively the contract between the BC government and CN Rail, dated 2004, and learned a lot of things that I did not expect. For example, the province of BC is not allowed to ask for track conditions reports. And I was incorrect in my previous statement saying that the contract requires CN to return the track in the condition which was received. That's not correct. The precise wording indicates that CN is required to maintain a prudent level of track maintenance. And in Schedule D, which is around page 420 of the contract, it lists minimum speed operational speed requirements by track segment. So different tracks have to be made 10 miles an hour, 20 miles, 30 miles an hour, etc. I sent that schedule to Rocky Mountaineer and said, is this equivalent to the speed limitations that you as Rocky Mountaineer are required to hold to? And I was told, for the most part, yes. I'm being fairly cautious in what I say, and because it has become a political circumstance, and I've been advised to be very clear on when I say my statements, how I'm deriving my circumstances, so that you can judge for yourself whether you fully agree or not, and to also understand that there's no black and white. There's various shades of gray in here. And I see Eric is on the meeting. I will pause my discussion there, and I will ask Eric if there are burning questions that you feel, or burning issues that I feel I should delve into, that would be of most interest to the District of Squamish and its residents.
Okay, I think we'll just open for questions then in that case. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask a question following a conversation that we've had online through the corridor yesterday, where Mr. Scholz outlined the implications of the 2004 revitalization agreement, and they are somewhat different with respect to an environmental audit of the current track system and a track condition audit. And Mr. Scholz may speak briefly to that. But why I raise this is that, as I understand, there is opportunity to request an environmental audit, but the circumstances for making demands and requests on CN for track audit are somewhat different. Now, in Squamish, we have a bit of a stake in this. We have had experience with environmental spills, if you like, on the system in the Squamish Canyon, a notorious chemical spill some years ago. And some of the environmental risks do relate to track condition. I wonder, Mr. Scholz, if you might speak to the opportunity to request an environmental audit and what that actually means. How would we describe that enterprise and its interest for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. The revitalization agreement prohibits the BC from requesting from CN track condition reports. It does not stop the BC government from undertaking its own track condition reports or undertaking an environmental report on any soil contamination in the area. Let me gather my thoughts. So all railways produce a bit of pollution, if nothing else, steel dust from the tracks going by. The toxicity is a question. Now, the revitalization agreement, again, the 2004 contract between CN and the government of BC, gave CN the right to discontinue sections of the track if they wanted to, which they are doing. And if the government of BC had the right to sell those portions of the track for $1 to CN, or the whole system for $1. But if the government of BC did so, the environmental liabilities for the trackway would remain with the province. Now, this is my understanding. when I read the contract, and it seems pretty clear. But again, I'm going to be very careful, and I'm not a lawyer. But that when I read the contract, that sure is what it reads like. So it doesn't stop the government of BC from requesting environmental audit. But if government of BC does not sell it for $1, which the Minister Farnworth 2 weeks ago said he would not, then the environmental bill liability remains with CN insofar as the portion of, but then you have to separate contamination from before they took over since after, which would be very, very difficult. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I do have a follow-up question, and it relates to the role of BC Rail Company and its affiliate, BC Rail Properties. Here in Squamish, we have ongoing dealings with BC Rail Properties as a landowner and of the surplus lands that were not turned over in the agreement with CN. The recent budget had some changes regarding the mandate for BC Rail Properties. And my question to you, Mr. Scholz, is would you advise that it is of interest for the District of Squamish and the other local governments and First Nations in the corridor to arrange a session, an opportunity to speak directly with BC Rail Company, or should we direct our attention elsewhere in the ministry? And just to back up a bit, there is some expectations in the current BC government budget on BC Rail Properties that it is to participate in joint planning and development initiatives related to the corridor, is to make investments in infrastructure projects supporting the corridor, and it's to, of course, administer the revitalization agreement and its terms and generally effective and efficient management. In your experience in making inquiries with the provincial government and BC Rail Company, is this something that you would advise that is a door that we need to knock on, BC Rail Company, and ask and inquire about their role in this transition that we're aiming for? Thank you.
My response to that question, I'll do my proviso again. This is Peter Scholz of Cairnstone Planning Incorporated speaking. I'm not speaking on behalf of any other agency. The revitalization agreement, in my opinion, as a professional transportation planner, was very one-sided in favor of CN. There's still a few leverage points within the revitalization agreement remaining with the province of British Columbia, including the environmental factor I just discussed, but also the ability to set up a new ownership commission, the ability to analyze track condition. There is a guarantee of continuation of Bud rail service to Seaton, with service between Darcy and Lillooet. Those are mentioned explicitly. So your question, should Squamish be involved? My observation, and I'm open to being disagreed with or being proven otherwise, is that the province of British Columbia has, from the beginning, not leveraged their role in this trackway to the maximum benefit of the people of British Columbia. And it is a very large contract, 457 pages long, very complex, and multiple cross-reference sections. So you have to go from page 50 to page 380 and then back again. And you need a degree to fully understand that contract. And it has to be measured against the Canada Transportation Act. So I am advising, and again, this is me as a PTP speaking. I'm not representing an agency in saying that. I believe that I recommend that municipalities, local governments, and First Nations should consider their interests, what they would like to see, and take every opportunity to engage with all parties on that factor. What in the short term, for example, the minister has said we're not selling the trackway. Well, that is a verbal statement from 2 weeks ago. What we should see is a statement in writing from BCMC or BCRC saying we are not exercising the $1 option in writing. I would do that immediately. If the track is switched to CN, all bets are off. I would continue to indicate to interested short line operators of desire to invest and highlight that the trackway is in operational condition, but understand the condition of the track is at Schedule D minimums for the most part, based on the information that I've received from Rocky Mountaineer, which may be slightly, it's colloquial, but it's from people that are working on the trackway. We are at minimum standards. If the trackway was a car, you have to change your oil, say every 5,000-6,000 kilometers on your engine, or your engine quality starts to degrade. This track is at 7,000 kilometers. So if we move at the pace we have been moving at, we will not have ready operations after Rocky Mountaineer ceases this season in October, and we don't know if they're going to start again in March. And if there isn't maintenance and preparation in winter, that means the track will not be operational in summer of 2027. It will not be in operational condition. Once you hit a non-operational condition, things tend to get worse very quickly. And right now, we have estimates ranging from 60 million to 110 million over 10 years to get the track back up to its 2002 operational speeds. Much less, only about 20 million to maintain operational status for the next couple of years, but to get it back up to 2002 operational speeds would be anywhere between 60 and 110, based on 3 different sources. That number will go up a lot if we don't have somebody running on there by summer of 2027. I know the District of Squamish is primarily interested in passenger services. In North America, the passenger services don't pay for themselves. Passenger services have to be tacked on to freight services. The freight services cover the track maintenance costs and most of the OPEX. The passenger is an add-on. To maintain that passenger service, you need to keep the trackway operational. Does that answer your question, Councillor Anderson?
Yes, for now, thank you.
Thanks. I have Councillor Pettengill on my list.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of questions. So if I understand, your reading of the contract is that as long as CN, they can walk away, but if they walked away from the contract, they would be held liable for environmental, although it's hard to attribute what's theirs versus previous. Any other scenario, if they didn't want the environmental, basically the province has to sell it to them for $1 or just agree to take on the environmental. Is that sort of accurate? Like, is there, I guess I'm not clear. It almost sounds like the province has some level of decision about whether or not CN can walk away from the contract. Am I misunderstanding that?
A bit. It's a little counterintuitive. Right now, CN is technically liable for any environmental liabilities that have occurred from 2004 to the present time. That would have been transferred to the province if the province sold the trackway for $1. There's a small chance I'm incorrect in that because the wording is quite convoluted, but that is my understanding. So the province it's strongly advised that BCRC completely extinguish any possibility of exercising the $1 option. That gives the province certain leverage. These are not environmental things that are emergency situation. They have to be analyzed. There might be, it's going to be slow moving. The other factor to consider is the Canada Transportation Act, which sets out the discontinuation process for railways in Canada. And because this railway is operated by CN, it is governed under the CTA. So we are in phase 1 of the discontinuation process, which is the 12-month notification periods of intention to discontinue. That phase ends July 11th of 2026. So about 6 weeks from now. At that point, the primary operator, and during that phase, the primary operator has the right to sublet to another operator at any time. So CN, based on my reading of the Canada Transportation Act, could sublet to Columbia Rail or Watco Rail or another qualified short-line operator tomorrow, and we'd be done. They have indicated so far, to the best of my knowledge, that they don't intend to do so. Now, I have to be careful here because I don't want to be saying that I'm putting words in CN's mouth, but that is my understanding. Okay. The next phase of the CTA is the RFP process, where in the agreement, the primary rail operator issues an RFP stating this is the qualifications we're looking for. Please get interested parties. Please give us a statement of interest in the next 60 days. I don't believe that CN has to issue that on July 11th at midnight, but I believe that the intent is it's fairly shortly thereafter. We don't know what that list of qualifications is, and it's not publicly available. And based on Minister Farnworth's comments from 2 weeks ago, you know, he said he had a tough time getting a meeting for himself as minister. What I'm getting at with that is the land is owned by the province. The track is owned by the province. So I would argue that the province of BC and BCRC should be playing an active interest in that RFP process. And the potential negotiation levers include this environmental factor, includes the Seaton factor, etc. If BC is involved, and if the province is involved from that, and I do believe that the District of Squamish has every right to play an active role in pushing them to do that, then it may change the tone of how a decision is made about a short haul now, or another operator. Now, in the CTA process, if a qualified party is not found, either because there's none that apply or because none are found to be qualified to run a train, then it has to move to the next phase, which opens up to government offered to take over. And that's where I think that's where I think the contract and the regulatory process under the CTA kind of crosswire and short circuit, because the province already owns the track, right? So I think the province of BC should be, based on all my information, again, I'm being very careful with my provisos because I don't want to get sued for $1 million by anybody, money that I don't have. But I believe the province of British Columbia now is the time to use the levers in that contract and the regulations and defend the interests of British Columbia, and it behooves the District of Squamish to support them at every step of the way and work with the nations as well. Now, Squamish Nation has been briefed on this, not some of the most recent data, because the presentation was about a month ago, and I have learned a lot about the revitalization agreement since then. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not someone that likes opening up contracts that are 457 pages long and trying to understand them. But I felt I had to, because I wasn't getting clear answers otherwise. Am I going on a ramble, or am I answering your question?
No, that's helpful. It just leads to one follow-up, though. Like, a lot of this focus has been on the provincial government and their leverage and role. It's not clear to me, like, should we be putting more effort on the federal government, or do they have, like, is this really just a commercial contract, and other than the CTA, which already exists, the federal government really doesn't have any jurisdiction here? Like, are we targeting the right body as a decision maker? Is that really the province, and the feds are like, what's the feds' role in this?
The federal government is a natural ally to the province of British Columbia, in that the federal government transportation policy or the way it's being implemented, has changed 150 degrees in the last 12 months under this new prime minister. And the federal government is very interested in a Canadian import-export functions being strengthened. Squamish is on the only redundant line into the Lower Mainland, and it also has quite a bit of port capacity, some of which, with potential for expansion. The federal government's interest in this is national. The Port of Squamish is not an island. So I believe much of that track upgrade funding would ideally come from some of the new grants that have been put out by the federal government, the Building Canada grant, the Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, which is, it's got a stream 2 due at the end of July and a stream 3 due in September. These are very valuable tools. And I guess to close off is, I see this as being in the best interest of all parties. I want to say win 5 times. Win for the local governments, win for the First Nations, win for the feds, win for the province, win for the local governments, win for CN, win for the short line. I guess that's 7. Trade is in everybody's best interests. Lower transportation costs are in everyone's best interest. We have an operational trackway. $100 million for 200 miles to maintain is a drop in the bucket. All signs indicate that lower transportation will create an increase in demand. And I would like to get this quantified, but I haven't at this stage. Something I'd like to do in phase 2 is that if you have freight trains regularly using the Port of Squamish and providing grocery services at lower cost throughout central and northern British Columbia along this railway through roll-on, roll-off systems, everyone will benefit, including government, which will have increased tax revenue from all the increased economic activity. And CN will benefit because there will be increased short-haul aggregate supply from small and medium enterprises through central British Columbia, which will be transfer points at Quesnel or Prince George into the main system. So CN will benefit as well. We need to be aware of our leverage points, but we need to be looking at the big picture and how this helps all Canadians and all British Columbians.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to be cognizant of time. Hold on a second. We did start a couple minutes late. It is 9:30, which is kind of our allotted time for right now, but I do have a couple more questions, so just to be mindful of that. And our motion that we're considering here is to bring this back for further conversation in Committee of the Whole. Okay, well, how about we just let John ask a question and you and I can talk. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Union of BC Municipalities Convention is coming up in September, and I'd like to hear thoughts on whether it would be worth our while to book one or more minister meetings on this topic. Or alternatively, is September just too late? Would it just be a waste of time to book such meetings at this point? So talk about the value of planning ahead for Union of BC Municipalities and potentially booking minister meetings.
My opinion is if you have the opportunity, book it. I don't know where this project is, if things are going to continue advancing very quickly or not over the next 3 or 4 months. If they're advancing slowly, you need to talk to the minister to speed things up. And if they're advancing quickly and the circumstances have changed radically, the best thing for the minister to hear is word from the mouth on the ground of what has changed over the last 3 or 4 months. So either way, I book it now. The comments made by Minister Farnworth 2 weeks ago, in my opinion, again, this is just me speaking, were accurate, but indicative of an introductory understanding of the contract, of the circumstance, and the economic forces at work here. So every advocacy role possible and informing role possible is advised.
Okay, and I have one follow-up to that. Should we be focused on Minister Farnworth, or are there other ministers who are touching this that could potentially be worthwhile to book meetings with on this topic?
I would focus on Minister Farnworth for now. Other ministries could be supportive, but I think Minister Farnworth is the right man to push this at the present time. He's got the right understanding, the right background, and things like the Ministry of Forestry or Tourism. These are side benefits of railways, but at the end of the day, they're all dependent on the track, and that's not.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks. And Councillor Anderson, did you have something to add?
In the interest of time, I would be happy to, unless there are other questions, I'd be happy to propose a motion to receive.
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to interrupt in case there may be other questions. Very good. I'll just start with what might have been a question, but in the interest of time, I'll just mention that Mr. Scholz has, so I will move to receipt. And 3 comments. Mr. Scholz has mentioned phase 2 of the current study project. Phase 1 has been sponsored by the Northern Development Initiative Trust. We do not belong in the catchment area of the NDIT, nor does Whistler, Pemberton, or the North Shore. And this has brought some clumsiness, and so it's possibly, if I could suggest, it's an ongoing conversation as to how phase 2 might proceed and how it might be funded. And we should have an interest in this and be sure that our voice is there, being outside of that NDIT catchment area. Further, Mr. Scholz has commented that we are the port of the caribou, and indeed we are, always have been. And in the 2004 sale to CN, Squamish lost the most jobs of any rail corridor community. We lost a couple of hundred jobs in the end. Lillooet was also severely impacted. But we're getting some of those jobs back with new investment in our rail yards relating to rail and passenger rail indeed, and potentially new investment from a short line operator who will undoubtedly wish to use Squamish facilities, as well as perhaps Lillooet, which happens to be strategically located on the line. So we are a stakeholder. With respect to passenger rail, it might be better stated that we are interested in alternatives to the highway and alternatives to cars on the highway. And commuter rail may not be, even in the short to medium term, a realistic alternative to that. It's very expensive, and new information is coming forward on how the costs of that. We have other options like ferry and so forth, but let's keep that in perspective. The idea of having passenger coaches behind freight rolling stock is not new. That's the way it used to be done, and there should be a future definitely for passenger rail, and but maybe not at commuter speeds between here and the North Shore. Finally, it has been suggested that Squamish participate in a request to the provincial government or to Victoria for meetings with the minister, and perhaps we might also consider BC Rail Company. But perhaps, Chair, we might delay that discussion of such a request until later in the agenda, when we will be discussing this afternoon a Union of BC Municipalities Minister meeting request. That is my suggestion. So that's it for me, and moving receipt then, and very much appreciate Mr. Scholz and your stick handling of the complexity, the clumsiness of our respective roles, and we're all learning about legislation and different rules on the part of the federal and provincial governments as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any
Thank
other
you.
comments? Do you have any comments, Mayor Herford? No? As seconder? No? Okay. Right. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of receipt? And that moves unanimously. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Scholz. That was a lot of information to think of, and we'll carry that forward as we have our conversations about meetings with ministers. So thanks for all your work on this. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks, you too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're scheduled to have a break from 9:30 to 9:40. So let's just reconvene at 9:45 with the Squamish Arts Annual Report. Thanks. So, anyways, welcome back to the Committee of the Whole. We now have our Squamish Arts annual report being presented by Ms. Clea Young, who is the Executive Director at Squamish Arts, and Ms. Stephanie Parsons of our staff. It seems like every year I am the one chairing this meeting, and it is delightful. So, thank you very much for being here. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Parsons, and I'm the Manager of Cultural Services. With me today is Clea Young from the Squamish Arts Council. She's here to present the Squamish Arts 2025 Council Report and speak to the positive community impact achieved through our 3 partnership agreements. Go ahead.
You got it. This just stays on? Yeah, okay, perfect. So thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for the opportunity to share what Squamish Arts contributed to the community in 2025. This report is structured around the 3 agreements Squamish Arts currently holds with the district and which provide direction for much of Squamish Arts' programming and initiatives. Those agreements include a partnership agreement, the public art agreement, and the community enhancement grants agreement. Before launching in, I'll just remind you of Squamish Arts' mission, which is to raise awareness of and improve access to arts and culture in Squamish while supporting local artists. And our vision is to see arts and culture embedded into the fabric of Squamish's community and considered a vital component of its identity. I'll also share with you who currently sits on our board of directors and volunteer their time on behalf of Squamish Arts: Haley Hardy, Carrie Neal, Sarah Cummings, Sarah Keller, Andrew Nordeman, Fiona Rayer, Ian Brown, and Deanna Lewis as a consultant. As I mentioned, this presentation is structured around the 3 agreements Squamish Arts holds with the district. These agreements dictate much of what we deliver and support as an organization. I'll start with our partnership agreement, which encompasses the majority of our annual programming as deliverables, our role acting as a resource and sounding board for the arts community, and our role assisting with the implementation of District of Squamish policies regarding arts and cultural services, such as the public art policy. In terms of acting as a resource for the community, Squamish Arts continues to provide its sound equipment and event assets with community groups as per the partnership agreement. You can see some of the groups who benefited from these supplies in 2025. This service also aligns with the Arts, Culture, Heritage Strategies Action 3 with regard to fostering collaboration and connection in the community by supporting the efforts of arts, culture, and heritage producers and community groups to mobilize, strategize, engage, and plan. Squamish Arts' youth programming within the partnership agreement aligns with Action 1, Tactic 1.3 of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy, concerned with nurturing the development of programs and events that aim to engage youth in arts and culture experiences. In addition to Amped in the Park, which presented 40 youth performers over its 8-week run in 2025, Squamish Arts also maintains a scholarship program for youth graduating from Howe Sound Secondary and pursuing post-secondary arts education. Squamish Arts Festival is another deliverable within our partnership agreement. It takes place over 2 weeks and is bookended by 2 festival days, one at Junction Park, the other at Spockwas Feather Park, and arts workshops are hosted on the intervening days. In 2025, Squamish Arts Festival and Downtown Squamish joined forces and produced events over the same weekend. We coined this the Big Weekend, and we will be doing it again in 2026. Not only does partnering this way enable us to amplify each other's events through shared marketing and enliven downtown with the arts over 3 days, but it also has the added benefit of reducing costs associated with road closures. This shared initiative very much aligns with the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategies Tactic 4.3, which concerns partnerships that can promote and market Squamish as a destination for arts and culture experiences. The annual festival also closely aligns with Action 1 in that the event very much helps to establish an eventful community with plenty of opportunities to participate. Here are some nice statistics connected to Squamish Arts Festival last year. The team raised $268,000 to produce the festival, a combination of grant funding, sponsorship, and event revenue, and received another $15,000 of in-kind contributions from the community. Art Walk is another of our annual programs within the partnership agreement. In 2025, Art Walk shifted from July to October for several reasons. one of which supports this arts, culture, and heritage strategies Tactic 1.1 to provide a more balanced annual calendar of events. In 2025, Art Walk comprised 4 elements: a weekend of open artist studios around Squamish, with a central art hub at the Squamish Adventure Center where artists who don't have their own studios could set up and share their work with the public, 12 free-to-attend arts workshops, 2 free-to-attend artist talks, and an anonymous art show. The Art Walk program is another deliverable within our partnership agreement and a good example of Tactic 4.2 concerned with promoting the unique artistic identity of Squamish. Although not a direct deliverable within the partnership agreement, Art School is a program that increases access to local arts and culture experiences and helps the organization achieve the resources needed to carry out the deliverables of our partnership agreement. Art School also aligns with Tactic 1.1 in its effort to support establishing an eventful community that offers arts opportunities in which to participate year-round. Thanks to the support of 2 dedicated volunteer curators, Squamish Arts maintains 2 community galleries, the Artisan and the Medical Building Gallery. Exhibitions rotate quarterly, and we have recently been holding small receptions for the artists to celebrate their work with friends and the community. With regard to furthering the district's goals for arts and culture as outlined in the OCP and carrying out the work of Squamish Arts' partnership agreement with the district, Squamish Arts leveraged the district's contribution of $63,000 to raise an additional $388,000 through grants, sponsorships, and revenue, money that then went back into the local economy by way of arts-related programming and events, a return on investment of 515%. Moving on now to the public art agreement between Squamish Arts and the District of Squamish. In 2025, we saw metal artist Joe Sove's Scavenger Bear installed on the Brennan Park grounds. This project began as part of the Public Art Grants program in 2022 and finally found its home in last year. I'm not sure if anyone's had a chance to get up close and take a look, but there are many treasures to discover on the Scavenger Bear. Public art funding also supported 2 youth mural camps in 2025, one led by professional artist Jessa Gilbert that focused on teaching youth spray art skills and resulted in the mural on Buckley Avenue on the Discovery, as you come off the Discovery Trail there, that the kids named Hands of Nature, and the other a floor mural led by Alex Folks on the accessible walkway to the downtown skate park. In 2026, we will again be offering a spray art skills camp and another to create a mural for Brennan Park. In 2025, Squamish Arts leveraged funding and received a grant from the Canada Council for the Arts to commission 2 works of pop-up public art that debuted at Squamish Arts Festival, one of which, Alex Folks' The Archway, will be used yearly at Arts Fest. The other was Melanie Lazelle's inflatable art installation, Sunshine. With our mission in mind and the goal of supporting local artists, these 2 artists now have works they can rent out to groups interested in displaying them at events. Lastly, I'll speak to the Community Enhancement Grants Agreement, which I'll refer to as the Arts and Culture Grants, or ACG. In 2025, 15 grants were awarded to groups and some individual artists for community projects and events. You can see the range of projects on this slide. Funding supported everything from the inaugural Squamish Pride Parade, a large community-facing project, to an Indigenous ribbon skirt and shirt-making project aimed at a smaller section of the community. Those who received funding in 2025 raised an additional $92,000 in cash and $53,000 of in-kind support. The return on the district's investment in the Arts and Culture Grants program is calculated at 260%, with just over 16,000 audience members taking in these experiences and over 1,000 participating in the production of them. And I will leave you with a slide outlining a few things we have on the go in 2026. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions that have arisen for you out of the presentation.
All right. Thanks so much for that presentation. It's so great to see what you're doing in our community and the impact it's having, right? Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Anderson.
Personally, I have a question that perhaps might be better directed to our staff member today, and that is our public arts policy that we have presently. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was endorsed by council in 2019. It's some years ago. Is it due for renewal on any specific date? And why I ask is that when it was approved, there was a consideration as to how we involve private property or developer-sponsored public art in the policy and in the program and the use of our public art advisor, Squamish Arts. And there was some hesitation and thought that maybe we'll return to that topic because other municipalities do take a different course. Ms. Parsons, when is the public art policy due for review or renewal, if you may have that answer offhand?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The public art policy is due for an update as of July 2025. And while we don't have it on our plan to update presently, we will be hopefully working on that when time allows in the future.
Thank you. One of the reasons I asked is, of course, that there's substantial sums involved in some of our developer contributions, $1 million alone for in public art at Waterfront Landing, spread out over different phases of that development. That's a substantial sum. I do have one other question, Chair. In your presentation from Squamish Arts in the What's Happening in 2026, you have update of strategic plan. And our discussions broadly in the community regarding facilities needs and facilities planning has only been growing. And the last strategic plan didn't address this, since the last strategic plan, that conversation has been building. I wonder if you might be able to comment on any intentions or ideas around a focus on facilities needs, facilities planning, community-wide in this new strategic planning exercises that you're going to be heading into. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we have just undertaken the process with Patricia Huntsman, who did our original strategic plan with us. So we're in the early stages of kind of working through all of our objectives, seeing what we've completed, what's in progress, what's stalled, identifying those things. And as well, we've already had a discussion about needing to amplify, as you say, that aspect. So that will be part of our work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I have Councillor French next on my speaking list.
Thanks, Chair. I would love to hear from the perspective of Art Squamish, how vital was Eagle Eye Theatre to the community in this past year? And I'm asking because I was a little surprised that the presentation really didn't make much mention of that facility.
Could you repeat the first part of the question?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please, Councillor French?
I'm interested to know how vital Eagle Eye Theatre is to, or was in this past year, to the arts community from the perspective of Art Squamish.
Thanks for the question. I mean, the Eagle Eye Theatre is vital to the community. It's our only community theatre. We have been working with arts groups to identify upgrades for the theatre, and most recently were able to purchase a scissor lift, which was unanimously identified as the main thing they needed, so as not to use what was called the ladder of death anymore. So I'm just saying, it was necessary in order to safely, access the hang and all that. So we're very happy to have been able to put that in place. And that was through working with district staff and the school board because everything is all intertwined. So that is now in the theater, and groups show certification prior to their booking in order to use it. I'm working with a member of our community who has a lot of knowledge in theater use to hope to get quotes for other desired upgrades to the theater. But in terms of, I think you're referring maybe to the theater use agreement. That is, I believe, currently being updated. The district, the school board and the district are doing that work. And they understand the need for that, from what I understand. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to speak to that at all.
Yes, I can confirm that we are in the process of updating the agreement.
Does that answer your question, or do you have more?
It does answer my question. And I had a follow-up, but you basically covered my follow-up with what you've shared. Thank you.
Great, you're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Pettengill, I have you next.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor French got into much of my question, but just, and I think this is more to staff, like, do we have a sense on sort of a timeline for an update on the operating agreement, or when we expect to sort of see a new draft or changes, or just trying to get a sense of sort of where we are in that process?
Thank you for the question. We are in the process of working with the School District 48 on updating the agreement, with the draft hopefully completed by the end of summer, and we'll continue to work through that with them.
And do we know if that's going to come with, there's likely to come with a budget ask and so on? I just, you know, my understanding is that a big gap has been sort of some reliable operational management on an ongoing basis. And so there seems to be a cost there, which I don't think anyone is covering. And so I'm just like, is that something we should anticipate, or we don't know yet, or? Sure.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jay Deo, Director of Recreation and Culture, through the chair. So we're still working through the details of the agreement to determine if there will be resources required. The timeline, yeah, as we're optimistic we put in time and work and collaboration with the school district to move this forward over the past years, and especially in the last year. It is a collaborative process. So we need to, you know, it's not just the district working on this alone. So we're working where capacity exists on both sides to move this agreement forward. When we have more information, if there is budget or resources requested, we'll put the request through the financial plan process.
Okay, and can I just, is the Arts Council or the arts community involved in sort of what this new agreement would look like? I'm just sort of making sure we, as part of the negotiations, are sort of understanding the actual need, so it's meeting the need. And so can you speak to how that's being addressed? Yeah,
through the chair. Great question. Yes, we have a general sense of what the needs are, but we are also going through a process to gather some user group feedback to make sure that we're touching on the key points, and this agreement tries to address that as best as possible. We also want to remain realistic with what the agreement can accomplish with existing resources and the nature of a joint use agreement as well. There can be some limitations, so we're trying to find that balance of user group feedback and you know, what's actually possible.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just before you go, Mr. Deo, I also had a question on the joint use agreement, and it's great to hear that that work is ongoing. I am just curious how we've managed it for the last few years in terms of like, do we like, it sounds like there's been a few stopgap measures through kind of our partnership agreement with Squamish Arts. Do we have any part of our like core operating budget that goes or to supporting Eagle Eye and or regular capital investments at this time, or will that be a brand new ask if that's what's required?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I can start and staff can take over as well. So we do have annual capital contributions towards the Eagle Eye Theatre that support needs, and we identify those jointly, and then we contribute to needs as they come up as well. In terms of the actual administration booking of the facility, it's identified in the agreement currently that the school district is responsible, and they, you know, maintain a cost recovery process to book the facility. So that is an area we're looking at as well in terms of what can meet the need of the community and what's logistically possible long term.
Thank you for that detail. Appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I did just have one other question for Clea. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work over the past year. There's so much to celebrate. My question is, what were some of the bigger challenges of the past year that you're reflecting on or that you see coming up for the year ahead?
Large, like the Spotless Feather Shakedown, we definitely have some wonderful sponsors coming on board, but I think just the economy as it is, it's harder to kind of find that funds, more competition for grant funding. So just kind of less reliable in terms of getting the ones we've consistently received. So it's seeking out new opportunities for funding and trying to make connections with new sponsors, that sort of thing. That's just ongoing work that we need to do. And I think as Councillor Anderson brought up, the facilities aspect, I think that's going to be a big focus for us moving forward.
Thank you for those reflections. Appreciate it.
Are there any more questions, Council? Okay, well, with that, I'll be looking for a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Does anybody have any comments? Mayor Herford.
Just thank you so much for all the work that you do. I think well, one, I'm really looking forward to my Thursdays upcoming at Amped in the park and all the various activities throughout the year. Your report had some staggering return on investment numbers in it, and I think is a great sort of proof point for why partnerships like this are so important. This isn't something that we can do by ourselves, and by working together, we can see massive benefits for the community. So thank you so much. And I think as much as those ROI numbers of 515%, I think was the high one in there, are worth celebrating. I think I'm always challenged by the concept of expecting that every time when there's a dollar that's paid out. But I know that you and your team, your board are up for the task, and I'm happy to support going forward. So thank you so much. And maybe operating an arts group at this level is an art unto itself. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Thanks, and Councillor Pettengill next.
Yeah, thanks so much. Just always great to see how much the arts are making Squamish a better place to live, and how, just some of the Squamish Community Music Festival and some of these things, how quickly and big they've grown, and seeing a lot of some of the businesses involved in the arts, how quickly they are growing and having wait lists and so on. So it's really exciting to see. I do sort of have a bit of a question about the volunteer numbers. I think by my estimation, Ampton Park alone well exceeds the numbers on that. So we may be grossly underestimating the amount of volunteer time going into these things, because I know there's a huge crew on some of these things. The other piece I just want to highlight for staff, like, as I understand there's the administration piece in that, in the current agreement goes to the school board. My understanding, though, operationally, is that is meant to fall to us. And that is, I think, the key piece that I hear about and that I've sort of observed isn't being done. And so sometimes it's me and other people I know get emergency calls because the technical expertise to operate the equipment and make use of the theater, we don't have an individual who's tasked with that formally. And so as a result, we have this great capital asset that we're not able to leverage because we don't have that technical expertise. And so that's sort of what I was asking about, might we expect a funding ask and so on. And I want to, I guess, encourage staff to be realistic, but not be afraid to make sure that we're putting something forward that allows us to actually see the value in the capital asset. Because right now we're missing that value because we don't have that operational capacity in that system from what I can see. And so just make that, put that in the back of everyone's mind. And thank you so much.
Thanks. I have Councillor French next.
Thank you, Chair. In supporting the motion, I wanted to acknowledge that I believe that the arts are thriving in Squamish. And a big part of that is the good work that's being done by Arts Squamish and the various organizations that work with the group. And I'll pick up where Councillor Pettingill has taken us in comments. Eagle Eye Theatre needs a facility manager, I believe strongly. The most significant gap for the theatre in what I'll call its early years of life is the lack of leadership over that space. And to revitalize the theatre and guide it toward a successful future, I truly believe that an individual needs to oversee that theater. I really hate for that amazing facility to go the direction of the Michael J. Fox Theater in New Westminster, which is closing. I don't think that we're going that way, and I'm encouraged by what I've heard today about the progress on a joint use agreement discussion that's happening with the school board. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, just another word of thanks for all the work and also just weaving the multiple partnership agreements that we have with you folks in such a clear story of the variety of impact that you have throughout the arts community and extending that to Squamish more broadly. I think building off Mayor Herford's comments of like the ROI numbers are definitely helpful to see, but to me, the most impactful ones are the number of participants, the number of folks who are actually taking in the various forms of art across our community. And it's really amazing the number of participants that are showing up for these things. It's definitely something that our community craves, despite being the outdoor recreation capital of Canada. Absolutely, there's a number of folks out there who want to be able to balance that out in the creative and artful spaces that you folks are creating for our community. It's a difficult time right now, as you mentioned, some of the challenges that you're facing in terms of sponsorship. We're feeling it across the board, the tightening on grant funding, and then more people just kind of clamoring for those dollars. That's where I really hope that these partnerships agreement help provide a little bit of stability to organizations like yours. And I know that we're going into a renewal phase of our partnership agreements. And so where there's opportunities to streamline that, make it easier for your organization so you can spend more time doing that outward facing work and less time doing administrative work with the district, I think that would be good time and value for everybody around the table. Really grateful to hear that our staff and SD48 staff are doing the difficult work of reviewing the terms of use agreement for the Eagle Eye Theatre, which is many years old. I think it has 1996 on it. And so definitely worth an update and grateful to hear that the community users will be involved in that conversation as well, where it makes sense to do so. There's obviously some technical pieces there that we need to work out on the back end between our organizations, but absolutely that is a community asset that nobody wants to see go quiet or dark. So we'll continue to make sure that those conversations progress in a timely manner. But thank you for the work, for your engagement in community and leading our community in a more vibrant way. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Did you have a comment, Councillor Hamilton?
Yep, really just piling on the thanks. Thank you for really being a shining example, an excellent example of how community organizations can be supported in a relatively small way by the District of Squamish and by the taxpayers and produce such amazing return on both investment and a return of joy within our community. So this is a really, in my mind, Art Squamish is an amazing example of how our local government can partner with the people who really want to make something happen. So thank you for your leadership there.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll just give some comments on my own. First, I thought we did have somebody exclusively tasked with sound tech in our community, and I thought they were sitting at this table. Councillor Pettingill. Thank you for all your hard work in the arts community. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for all you do in our community. I mean, it's just such a clear value add when you go downtown and you see what Squamish Arts is doing that night, if it's amped in the park or, you know, the big weekend or anything. It just it brings so much vibrancy to our downtown and joy and beauty, right? I reflect a lot on the importance of art and a healthy society. And it's just such an important aspect of like mental health and expression. And of course, also building and cultivating connection, right? In our community also as a place for offering, art is a really important place to offer social commentary as well. It's just brings vitality, beauty, and connection to our community, and that's pretty much what makes life worth living. So pretty important stuff. I'm also looking forward to the update in the theater user agreement policy. That'll be good to see. I think it's about time for that. And yeah, just echoing the comments, it's really great. I'm a huge fan of these community partnership programs, and just to see what you're doing with it is like, yes, with the ROI, and to Councillor Stoner's point, just how many people are engaging in these programs and even learning. Sometimes I don't see them throughout the year, I don't catch all of them. So just seeing what you've been up to and what you have coming down, and that, the Squamish Festival last year, I've heard so many good things about, which unfortunately I was not here for, but hopefully one of the future ones. So thanks again for all the hard work you do, and just for creating a less adrenaline rush outdoors recreation aspect for the community. And yeah, I wish you a really prosperous 2026 art year. So thank you. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we have, well, I guess we'll just take a little short 5-minute break to 10:25, and then we'll reconvene for our Community Climate Action Plan progress update. Thanks. so I think we're all ready to reconvene. And our next topic of conversation is the Community Climate Action Plan Progress Update that's being presented by Mr. Picketts, and I'll allow you to introduce your staff there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Ian Picketts. I'm the Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change. Interesting update. Sustainability is now a part of the Facilities and Sustainability Department. So we are reporting to Mrs. Cornwell and also Ms. Latimer in the Community Services and Infrastructure Division. Mr. Falaise is presenting with me today, and we are joined by most of the sustainability staff and some other key staff in planning, transportation, and economic development. To give you an overview of what we're going to talk about today, we're going to give you a brief update on progress to date on climate action, and then give you a refresher of the CCAP update, which was adopted in 2025. And then we will get into the progress update over the last year. We won't mention most of the updates that we provided in the table in the report. There's simply not time, but we are more than willing to discuss any of the items in it. And we should have lots of time for discussion at the end of the presentation. This is an image from the Kid Swap this weekend. So we're really exciting. We had over 750 people attend. And Mrs. Witten-Zellner has to constantly remind me the Kid Swap is not, in fact, where you exchange your child. It is just their stuff. I always imagine you take your poorly behaved children there, but get another poorly behaved child in the team. So on progress to date, in the last CCAP, it's important to acknowledge that there has been a fair bit of positive momentum on this front. So in 78% of the 124 actions in the 2020 CCAP, measurable progress has been noted. We have received over $2 million in funding to support positions at the district, EV infrastructure, retrofit programs, embodied carbon work, and other. And we have also been recognized for leadership in low carbon buildings, circular economy, retrofit assist, and EV adoption. So we really appreciate Council's ongoing attention and support to climate action in our community. I believe this is a good news story. So this is the business as usual emissions projection of our 2025 CCAP update. And what this is showing is that the actions that we've taken are expected to drive emissions downward until 2050, even if we don't do anything else. So our absolute emissions are going down, and that is despite 2.9% year-over-year projection population growth. So the reductions are mostly influenced by some key accomplished actions, our landfill gas system, most notably, and the adoption of the zero carbon step code for new buildings. Others are EV mandates and the low carbon fuel standards, which reside with other levels of government. So the CCAP update is definitely more focused. The 6 big moves are retained, but we are down to 67 actions from 124. And there are some new actions that are noteworthy, embodied emissions and renewable energy being 2 of them. The CCAP update also includes a significant focus on co-benefits, and this is designed to help us navigate times with potentially less support from other orders of government and with many other competing items on the agenda. So in the CCAP update, we really focus on co-benefits, including conservation, cost, resilience, and health, among others. Also, Ms. Kidner was very instrumental in helping us create an idea focus throughout the document, and each big move has a section specifically focused on idea considerations. Another thing we tried to accomplish is to provide more clarity on the scope. So it's very important to note that emissions reductions is realized through many plans and strategies that are spearheaded through several different departments in our organization. So it's definitely not just the CCAP. The CCAP is a centralized place where a lot of these are articulated, but other plan strategies are where we're going to realize emissions reductions. So the updated emissions projections are as follows. Again, having to think about population growth represents a significant challenge. but our updated CCAP is projected to lead us to a 90% per capita emissions reduction by 2050, with 60% overall reductions. And we believe with new technologies and the potential to offset remaining emissions, this is close enough that we will get to net zero by 2050. Okay, so now we are going to change gears and give you a progress update. It's been almost exactly 1 year since the adoption of the CCAP update. A qualitative review of the 67 actions indicates that there's been substantial measurable progress on 33% of the actions to date, and 36% have been initiated, and 31% there is no progress yet. We do believe that this is reasonable given that we are just 1 year in and the plan is designed to last for 5 years. I will now turn it over to Mr. Falaise, our solid waste technologist, who will share some solid waste updates.
Thanks, Ian. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. As Ian mentioned, my name is Matt Falaise. I'm the solid waste technologist with the District of Squamish, and I'm happy to be here to share the progress updates for the landfill gas and then our new wood reuse program that we recently launched. As you know, the district's been actively extracting and flaring methane since late 2021. And my role a key part of my role is balancing the field and optimizing gas composition and maximizing methane extraction. Currently, our system consists of 8 vertical wells and 13 horizontal wells. And I'm happy to report in 2025 that we extracted approximately 650 tons of methane. And to expand on that success, we recently just completed the most recent lift of horizontal wells that we installed in November of 2025. And with that, we were adding 8 new wellheads to the system. 3 of these new wellheads are online and active extracting with methane at the moment. And these new wellheads have increased the flow approximately about 15%, which has significantly stabilized the operations and has reduced system shutdowns. The next steps, the remaining 5 wellheads are currently offline as we're waiting for more waste to be in place to safely activate them. And looking ahead, we have 1 more final layer of horizontals that will go into this, to the next lift, and then to the ultimate closure of this phase of the landfill. Looks like, yeah. And just a couple images here. On the left, you'll notice there's one of our wellheads that's part of at the landfill. So that's what got installed. 8 more of those were installed. And then on the right side, that is our flare station. Shifting gears now, we'll talk about our new wood reuse program. I'm excited to share the success of it. We officially launched at the end of April. And just the first few weeks of May, we have already seen approximately 100 kilos of wood recovered or diverted. The initiative utilizes our existing wood bay at the landfill right now, and then we've created a new cedar-only bay. So because of the cedar, typically goes into our landfill. So every kilogram of cedar that we recover or residents reuse, it directly extends the lifespan of our landfill, which is great. And then for the second benefit, our cost savings. So any salvageable lumber from our existing wood bay reduces the volume of materials that we have to process and directly lowering our chipping costs. So while this is currently running as a pilot program right now, just to assess how the success of it, it is entirely self-sustaining, so it doesn't require any more operational costs. And given its immediate success, our goal is probably to transition this into a year-round program. And just a couple of photos here. So that's our existing wood bay where all the residents can come and recover the wood. And just on the right side of it, that's outside of this picture, is our cedar bay right beside it. So this is just the sign we've done up for that's presented at the front of the wood bay to instruct residents how to perform safely in the program and give them all the details required. And I think that's it. I'll pass it back to Mr.
Thank you very much. Big Move 2 is very important. And so getting people out of the car and improving our urban form has huge co-benefits and is also a very challenging and significant undertaking. This work is primarily undertaken by our transportation department and our planning department. But just a few highlights. There's been significant progress in infill development and also the creation of nodes. There's been continued investment in active transportation and transit, as you are well aware. And just a quick note that Go by Bike Week is coming up, so be prepared for that, which will be starting next week. Also, this has taken some time, but we do now operate community charging infrastructure. So we have level 2 chargers downtown and at Brennan Park. The downtown chargers fulfill very important need in our community because there are many garage orphans around downtown or people who live in multi-unit buildings who don't have access to infrastructure themselves. And there's also big economic co-benefits with a level 2 charger because people are usually around for a few hours who are going to spend money and are going to be in our community. We also have level 2 and level 3 chargers at Brennan Park that are operating. We are very happy to tell you that a new cohort of the Youth Climate Corps program has begun this year. There are 6 members on the team, and they are going to be involved in a number of initiatives once again. We are renewing the air sealing project, and there's going to be a special focus this year on MURBs. So what we're going to do is look at a few multi-unit complexes and try to do a number of air sealing improvements in different units. Because if you just do one, you essentially just pass the leakage on to the neighbors. But if you do all of them, we are hoping to recognize very significant savings. Also, the team is going to be engaged in wildfire prevention actions, zero waste events, invasive species management, and climate outreach and education in our community. Just a heads up too that they are going to be helping with our world famous Reuse It Fair, which is going to be on, is it June 6th or July 6th? June 6th, so it's coming right up. Okay, another undertaking that we are involved with is the creation of a community renewable energy strategy. This is largely in thanks to our shared community energy coordinator position, which is co-funded with BC Hydro and is shared 50% with Whistler. So Ms. Reed, who is on vacation today, has taken the lead of this. And we have gotten $64,000 in funding to engage in this strategy, which is going to be the first of its kind in British Columbia. A large number of co-benefits associated with this work. There's cost savings, there's jobs, there's resiliency, especially if we incorporate battery storage, and the opportunity for equity in we can have solar arrays or community projects. So even if you don't own a home or a single family home, you can still participate in a larger cooperative, which is actually more efficient to have a larger array in a single spot. Developing this strategy is a 3-phased approach. Phase 1, Ms. Reed has taken the lead and is now completed, and we have secured the funding. The resource assessment is underway, and this is where we're going to understand the pathways for implementation and the best resources that we have, both in Whistler and Squamish. And phase 3 will be to generate the strategy and implement it. Another exciting project that we want to let you know is happening, but with no guarantee that it will be in the ground, is we have been selected for renewable energy pilot projects with BC Hydro. So there are 2 pilot projects that have been proposed with 2 different technologies, and BC Hydro is fully funding the feasibility studies for this work. We have made it very clear to BC Hydro that we will not move forward with implementation until the results of the feasibility study are with us, and there is broad departmental organizational support for these. But should we go forward, it will either be 75% or 80% of these generation projects will be funded. So we are hopeful that we can go forward with them, and the payback period with that funding should be quite short. So because we will get the benefits of the reduced electricity bills. Also, another very large initiative that Mr. Brow, our senior energy specialist, has spearheaded is a corporate strategic energy management plan. Energy is a very important strategic issue for our organization, and good energy management is also good asset management. So we can, if we properly select the equipment for our assets, if we have reliable and good performance, this improves our assets and lowers our cost of doing business overall. Also, this plan represents a getting beyond an ad hoc to a truly strategic approach where we look at all of our opportunities and try to kind of adopt systems thinking. And as you can see on the right, the energy versus the cost versus the emissions of different energy sources is quite notable. And what's worth highlighting is that electricity is so much lower emitting that obviously we want to move toward that, but it is also a higher cost. So it is imperative to also increase our efficiency as we switch to electricity. Here is a visual of our multi-year action plan. There are 45 action items outlined in the report, and 11 of them are already in the capital budget. The impacts of this are substantial energy reduction opportunities, a number of energy generation opportunities, and a reduction of over 800 tons of CO2 equivalent per year as a corporation. We have also started using Benchmarking BC. We are now up to 7 buildings signed up, which represent 52% of the district's total energy consumption. This is a really helpful tool because you can see how our buildings use the energy use intensity, or EUI, compares with other similar buildings throughout BC. So as you can see on the right, the Squamish Adventure Center, Brennan Center, and RCMP, we are higher than the median EUIs. But what's noteworthy is the two in the middle, our 2 new fire halls, are significantly better than the medians through our community. So it's also positive news that our new structures we're building to a very high standard. We have updated our climate action website. Previously we had a lot of information that we were quite proud of, but we've recognized that it was text heavy. It was a little bit on the academic side, which I wonder who is responsible for that problem, possibly myself. And we just bombarded people with a little bit too much information. So we have updated it to try to be more streamlined, more concise, and in line with the DOS accessibility standards. So kind of recognize that we are not necessarily the hub for climate information, and we want to orient messaging toward what we are doing, why we are doing it, and how the community can join us. We have also created a updated communication strategy. We have found that we have done a great job of communicating about various initiatives that we're undergoing, but they are done individually and on an ad hoc basis. So whether it be a podcast, a zero waste event, a circularity series, or an outreach about our big moves, they're kind of one-offs, and we need to look at them all together and create kind of consistent branded marketing. So with this climate communications plan, we are endeavoring to do so. So the plan identifies target audiences, establishes archetypes, and tells us how to best message climate actions with the co-benefits featuring very significantly. Okay, there is a lot of information to summarize here. So just to keep this brief, I'd say two points to be made is there has been a lot of progress on CCAP implementation, and this is ongoing, including but not limited to zero waste, circularity, planning, active transportation, transit, EVs, and home efficiency. But there's obviously and certainly a lot of work that still needs to be done, both by the same sustainability department and through other departments throughout our organization. So with that, I will present the recommendation, and it is that Council receive the Community Climate Action Plan Progress Update. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. It's really great to see all the initiatives that are coming underway. I got really excited when I saw those flower turbines. I was like, "Whew, that could be all of the ocean front." That's with a place called the Mother of the Winds, may as well use it. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Pettengill, and then I'll do Stoner.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple things. One, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to clarify or tighten up our language when we're doing cost comparisons, because I think the reality is, as I understand it, that's really comparing the sort of immediate invoice that we get for the energy services. But you know, when you look at the health costs, adaptation costs, lost opportunity costs, and so on and so on and so on that comes with gas, it's a very different cost equation, which is part of why we're doing all this work. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity to sort of provide some, I know it's hard to calculate the exact number, but clarify it's not so simple as the invoice, and there's cost reasons actually to do a lot of the work we're doing.
Through the chair, thank you for that feedback. We'll definitely take that away. And I think that's, it speaks well to the co-benefits as well. I think if we can start to articulate that throughout our decision-making more, that's positive.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess two other things. I know we've had a concierge to help people, and I believe that was part of a grant, and you know, when the funding was done, you know, it was full. Have we considered, or is there an opportunity for to expand that on a fee-for-service basis, or is that something we can or would consider?
Through the chair, the retrofit assist program is ongoing. So we are actually just started the next uptake. So we have 40 more spots as of May of 2026. So that is still a free service that's available to people. The contract is done at the end of this year. So in May 2027, we'll have to make a decision about if or how we continue the program. Also, the air sealing pilot is incorporated into that program. So the free air sealing work that Youth Climate Corps does is through that. So to answer your question, the concierge service is still ongoing, and it is something that we are committed to for at least another year.
Okay, thank you. And just a selfish reason for asking is something I'm quite interested in. I don't think it would be appropriate for me as a counselor to go into this free district program, but you know, there isn't an option for, you know, sort of to just, unless there's other ways to get the service. Anyways, it seems like a great service, and I wonder if there would be a model for just an expanded fee for service in the future. The last thing I'll pick on, the report really highlights the impact of gas in our buildings. And the sort of HVAC situation at the Adventure Center is still a pain point for me. And that wasn't listed in sort of the next 10 years of stuff we're focusing on. I'm just wondering, you know, how do we plan to address that? And seeing also that the Adventure Center is one of our worst performing buildings, to address that in the near rather than the longer term. And I guess paired with that, is there a policy change that we would need if that is sort of an important direction? And so, you know, in the future, if we end up in sort of situation, we would buy used HVACs or lease rather than invest in a long-term dependence on something that's gas dependent. And so I'm just, how do we sort of avoid this sort of situation in the future? And then how do we plan to address what's there now?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Definitely acknowledge that the Adventure Center is a tricky building, and we have spent money and time looking into ways to electrify it, which unfortunately this time are quite difficult. I will open the floor to Ms. Cornwell or Mr. Burrell or Ms. Ng, all of who know significantly more about the building than me, if they would like to chime in.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would just like to add that graph, and I will ask my colleague to chime in, does not yet reflect the reduction in gas that we've realized from going to the hybrid system, and fully recognize that the circumstances didn't allow us to go fully electric. But I do believe we have received data that would allow us to say that we are reducing the gas, and also with Brennan Park with the recent upgrades, that's also ongoing. But I'll pass it if you want to add on the timing.
Through the chair, Mayor and Council, we have been monitoring how the building is performing and looking at the replacement, and the third replacement we are doing with the electric ones. The trajectory is moving towards the right direction, and we're reducing the natural gas consumption and emission as well.
Okay, and so is, you know, going forward, is there a policy change that would, you know, in terms of our procurement or so on, that would we might take a little bit more focus next time on a lease, or even if in the short term it's a little bit more, or sort of buying used or as possibilities, or maybe those are things that we did actually look at, or.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would say that we, especially having facilities and sustainability being as one department now, that is a core focus of how can we ensure our construction and retrofits and asset renewal is embodying those types of initiatives. If council would like to direct us with a policy change, it's absolutely something we can incorporate, but I would say it's also something we're doing just by default. The upgrades that we're doing to the HVAC, to the library, the intent is to fully explore and be in a position to do it proactively. So we're not hindered by an emergency replacement again.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Stoner next.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We're not allowed to applaud in council chambers, but I did want to applaud at the end. So I'll verbally applaud for all the work that's been done. Thank you for the update and the presentation. A few questions in the very detailed report that was presented. I'll pick up on the retrofit assist program because discussion about this came when we were doing budget this past year around the value of continuing the project, given some of the shift in direction in other orders of government in terms of additional assistance once like the assessment had been done. So I'm just curious if you can speak to that a little bit in terms of what that will look like for the coming year, if there are fewer grants and supports available at the federal and provincial level.
To the chair, that's an excellent question, and it's definitely a challenge. Essentially, heat pump rebates have diminished significantly, and that really changes the economic situation for most homeowners. So we're still actively engaged in the program, encouraging homeowners to switch to a heat pump. But we are finding some homeowners are just electing to do things like air sealing and make their home more efficient, which is still valuable. As a local government, we have a limited. We have the ability to provide a rebate or an uptake, but it is sensitive to take public money and give it to an individual. So that is something we will have to revisit, and we are open to the idea that maybe the retrofit assist program needs to happen in a leaner manner, and to use some of our limited resources more effectively after a year. So we'll stay the course for another year. The people who administer the program are well aware of this, and they do it in a number of communities. So they're trying their best to still drum up interest. One thing I will mention too is that we're definitely trying to move out of just the single family homes and into more MURBs and support more types of housing in the program. That's a big priority.
Yeah, which I think is super exciting. It's definitely a lot of feedback that I've heard of. Even it's a complicated space if in a single family home, and then even more complicated when you move into a multi-unit. So that's encouraging to hear. I have a very simple question that I should probably know the answer to, but I am curious around how the CEMP is different than the Municipal Energies and Emissions Plan.
That is a great question. I would say, to full disclosure, and I'm partially at fault here, is that our previous plans have been emission reduction plan. This is the first plan that really looked carefully at energy, and energy being the focus. So you're right, there is significant overlap. There are some things that are in the Municipal Energy and Emissions Plan that aren't in the CSEMP. So the SEMP, unfortunately, we couldn't call it the SEMP because it's this. Exactly. So we had to throw a C on it. So the CSEMP, as we know, the CSEMP looks at it more holistically. Mr. Burrell, with support from BC Hydro, was able to get more information, actually look at our usage and data to try to look at it more holistically. Much more attention to actual cost of updates, et cetera. Mr. Burrell, would you like to add to that, or thank you.
Okay, that is really helpful. Thank you. Because I did find that there was a lot of overlap, but that's a helpful broadening of the perspective. There's a few references to continuous optimization at Fire Hall 1. I was just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit, given that is one of our newer buildings. I was surprised to see so much focus of it in this particular plan. I know that fire halls aren't typically like super efficient buildings to begin with, but given where it's at relative to the others, it feels like it's doing really well. And so I'm just curious why it's a continued focus area.
Through the chairman and council, we have seen some issue with HVAC equipment in the fire hall, and there is some issue. We have found that there are some issue with some recommissioning, I guess, and for that reason, we wanted to see a recommission the building. So the first step is to do a continuous optimization study, and then move towards recommissioning.
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair, I will just add on that through Mr. Barrow's work, we were able to identify that not all the systems, even though they're working well, they're not working at optimal levels. And so the work we're doing is to bring them to that optimal level. So ideally, we can achieve an even lower rating on that graph.
Okay, and then I guess I'm just curious if any of that work is covered by, what's the word when you have a deficiency, thank you, of the build itself, or is that all landing on us since handover?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We are well beyond the deficiency time frame for the actual construction. There are warranties on equipment itself. However, the work that Mr. Barrow is doing, there is funding for the recommissioning and assessments.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. One other small question that has come up as of recent, and this falls under the engagement highlights, and it's a minor piece, but the water conservation measures that kind of more broadly fit under this program. I've had a lot of questions around the rain barrel program and whether we would bring that back. And I was just wondering if that has come across our desks at all on your end of the table.
Through the chair, that is administered through the Public Works Department, the water conservation, but we will internally reach back to them and get an update on the status of that.
Okay, thank you. Just an update on my speakers list. I have Councillor Anderson, then Hamilton, then French. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Community charging infrastructure is a key theme under 3.1 in the CCAP strategy. It's been brought to my attention from a bus company and from a local commercial transport company that there is a need for a level 3 DC fast charging facility designed for industrial use, and that this would allow vehicles in commercial fleets to recharge more quickly. Certainly a benefit for them, and this is what they're advocating for. An issue is where it would be located, because this requires industrial land, and locating is a key factor. They also point out that there could be some revenue opportunity for the district if the district would be a partner or to engage in such a facility. Could you comment on? Oh, I may also mention that in discussions with ferry companies wishing to introduce electric passenger ferry to Squamish, their issue is the charge barge. And it's a discussion ongoing in Gibson's right now, but one that may arise for us. So this is generally larger scale charging facilities. Where does this fit into to your scope and intentions with respect to community charging infrastructure, these larger scale facilities? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Through the chair. So we have also engaged directly with these individuals who are interested in this. One thing as the district, I believe in our plans support this, that we have to be extremely careful and strategic about what we embark in. The only reason that we have community charging infrastructure right now is that we got heavily funded ability to do so. As 78% of the costs of those chargers were funded. In our electric charging plan, we have stated that we kind of use the analogy, we don't run gas stations as the District of Squamish. So we want to be very careful about what we provide. As a district, we're often not the most efficient purveyor of a service. So we believe that our role with a more commercial charging portal or location is to do our best to help bring people together. We can even through the community energy coordinator position try to find funding, try to facilitate a meeting, try to help facilitate the usage of a space should an appropriate space be together. But we at this point feels pretty strongly that we should not be the holder of that. We should not build it, we should not pay for it, we should not run it, but we can try to do our utmost to help bring it about. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question concerns the role of biomass and bioenergy in the renewable energy strategy, and more broadly in the scope of what we're doing, including in the community energy or the CSEP. So last fall, about a year ago, last spring, I attended a workshop with our two coordinators for our Fire Smart program here in the District of Squamish. They have a dilemma of producing this biomass material, and it's costly to handle. They don't really have answers, and it's limiting the what the program can achieve because of the costs and trying to treat areas and just within the neighborhood collection systems. So in this workshop, the opportunity was pointed out for a district energy system that could be utilizing some of this woody biomass in the Clea area, Clea development. It was seen as an optimal opportunity. So I'm giving some background as to why I'm asking this question. We lack infrastructure, and that rose out of it's not a new issue. We have Squamish Nation is certainly an interested stakeholder because they're involved in these sectors producing this material. We have a 2017 policy with two elements. This is 9 years ago. Pursue a centralized receiving and processing facility. We haven't made much progress on that. Phase out authorizing wood waste landfills on district property by 2022. In fact, last fall on district property, all of the wood that was cleared in Ross Road area went to a landfill on district property. It wasn't even chipped. So we really need to kind of make some progress on this. Mr. Picketts, I'm wondering how this can be, how this biomass is referred to. Where do you see this as a priority theme in the renewable energy strategy and otherwise in the materials you're presenting today?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, biomass is part of the scope of the renewable energy strategy, so we will be looking at that closely. Unfortunately, in our experience, biomass, the economics of biomass are tricky. In British Columbia, it's a blessing and a curse that our energy costs are quite low. So for biomass to compete with other forms of energy is difficult, but nonetheless, we are actively considering it along with wind, solar. But we also in our climate action plan have identified specific opportunities to collaborate with Squamish Nation. So if Squamish Nation, for example, took on a leadership role of a biomass facility, we would be as supportive and helpful and partner to the extent that we could. And that might be a great opportunity given Squamish Nation's significant role in forestry in the region. But thank you for the question, and it is part of the renewable energy assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Picketts. Chair, if you'd like, I just have one more brief question. We are in a situation today where BC, British Columbia, is importing power from mostly the United States, and this is a large part of that is from natural gas-fired plants. So this is where we were back in 2006-07 when Squamish undertook a community energy plan, and what the outcome was, we should be pursuing renewables and to allocate electricity to its optimal uses. This was the general strategy. Today we're in a situation again where we're as a province are importing 15, even 20% of our electricity needs is coming from south of the border, and a lot of that from natural gas-fired plants. My question to you, Mr. Picketts, is your program watching, monitoring these trends and what they may mean for local strategy here in the District of Squamish. And so another topic, if I may, that comes up is BC Hydro's lack of capacity to address demand for infrastructure in our electrification program generally. Thank you.
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, and it is definitely something we are looking at. I'd say the biggest example of our consideration of that is that renewable energy is a specific priority in our new climate action plan. And in the previous one, it was not a priority at all. It was not even really mentioned because our assumption was that if we could electrify, it's for the better. So now we have specific actions on renewable energy generation. We are looking into pilot projects of renewable energy. We are creating a community renewable energy strategy. So it is something that is very much on the very much on our agenda right now. Other things too, looking at storage. So battery storage with our energy helps us to be more resilient and to rely less on peak charges and to pull on the grid less. So it's definitely something we're looking at. And it is also something that that is a big priority for BC Hydro. So they are definitely looking for ways to kind of dampen those high demand times. And we need to be part of that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hamilton next, and then French and Hereford.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was thrilled to read the CSAM, the Corporate Strategic Energy Management Plan. Great to see we're thinking about how we move forward and really nailing down a plan for it. I have a question about the capital costs of these and really there's the capital cost, but really I'm talking debt servicing over the long term. Were those accounted for in the calculations of savings? So when we see some facility having a $2,000 a year savings, is that after considering the debt servicing required to implement the capital changes required to make that savings?
Through the chair, that's a great question, and I'll invite Ms. Cornwell or Mr. Burrell to expand on this. But my understanding is that it did not. It was not above and beyond the debt servicing. So yes, it's definitely not an elephant in the room, but something we need to consider with these improvements. Those 45 actions in the CSEMP are not free, and they're often not cheap. And there's things we have to potentially make some tough decisions and come back to you with requests about bringing forward.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say that's an accurate statement. It is an interesting question that we could absolutely share more information on, and just to have an understanding on the payback on these investments, and just the savings I would suggest would outlive the capital cost, but it is something, it's a metric that we should be presenting or could present on.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a critically important metric. Some back of the envelope calculations. If I take the Brennan Park building envelope upgrade as an example, if we call that a $10 million upgrade, ballpark it at 10 million, even a 2% interest rate on the $10 million is $200,000 a year, with a savings on the order of $10,000 to $20,000 a year. We're not going to pay that back, right? So I think we do need to be, and this isn't, there's many reasons to do these upgrades, not just financial. But I think it is really important that we're realistic about the costs of these upgrades, because if we're not, we end up with situations that are like, I think that the source of the Adventure Center upgrade challenge, Adventure Center shifting to all electric challenge, it's really the cost of that capital infrastructure that is difficult to justify the savings per year. So is there any plan or any possibility of including that information? And I know it's very hard. I know financial plan, cost estimation on hypothetical projects is very hard, but is there a way to do that?
Through the chair, it's an excellent point, and I'd say it's a problem. It's a good problem in that we've already picked most of the low-hanging fruit. We're in a situation as a district where that like quick payback kind of no-brainer actions, we've done most of those. So we are entering harder conversations where there's no payback in the course of electrification, actually a negative payback. Like you're spending money to continue to spend more money. And that's decisions that we have to make as a community. And I think one small thing that does change the economics sometimes is that we have been very successful in getting funding. So if you take into account the funding that we are getting that offsets some of the costs, the payback that does exist. And my understanding is that by the time projects come to fruition in advance of that, we will flesh out the economic considerations and bring them to you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I do think it's something that is considered, but not necessarily presented, and doing it in a more methodical way is something that we can absolutely consider. The non-financial benefits, like for instance, like the most recent GICB grant that improved accessibility to the site, in addition to the reduction in natural gas usage, I think those benefits also can be presented so that we're looking at the entire picture.
And another question, in the executive summary of the corporate strategic energy management plan, table 2 gives proposed savings of about $580,000 per year. Yeah. And then when I look down into the tables, down in table 10, it looks like about $320,000 per year of that is coming from this hypothetical Masheter Creek run-of-river facility. Do I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, I'll invite Mr. Burrell to expand on that further. Mr. Burrell, maybe you can tell council a little bit about the run-of-river facility as well, which is an exciting prospect.
Through the chair, Mayor and council. Initially, CCM was prepared based on the available information, what we have, and some information that we got into when I started looking into it. So it is very early stage, so the informations are very preliminary here. And in the same, there are two tables like we have mentioned is one is the potential, and the other one is based on the informations which are far more reasonable and we could achieve. So that there are two tables, like one is strategic options, like these are the overall options and these are the savings. And the other ones are like, these are the potentials and we could do it. So that's kind of like where it's coming from, the differences. But for detail, I need to get back to you on the details, like at the numbers.
Okay. The speaking broadly about the plan, saving approximately, let's just call it $600,000 per year. Does that include the estimate of about $300,000 per year in savings from a hypothetical run-of-river facility?
Get back to that on the numbers. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And now I have Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I too am interested in the Masheter Creek hydropower proposal. And before I get there, thank you for this report. It was enlightening and interesting on a lot of different levels. I'm on the Masheter. We've been here. We've looked at this, and I thought it was a fairly good deep look into the potential of using that system for hydroelectric. And as I understand it, our consultant of the day said that it's a no-go. So what has changed since a few years ago to now to have us seemingly looking pretty seriously at this again?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. We don't have the report in front of us. I will invite Mr. Burrell to expand further, but my suspicion is that energy costs have changed. We have as a municipality, we have more and more capacity at hand, and Public Works has expressed an interest in operating this system. So our Public Works are the appetite within Public Works to run this. They're not saying let's go, but they're actively considering it. Yeah, so I would say economics and internal capacity are two things that have changed. And would you like to add to that, Mr. Brown?
Through the chairman and council, we're expecting a community energy generation program from BC Hydro, and with the support and the grant that is expected, if it comes through, then the project might look feasible. So that's where we wanted to really look into the feasibility study and see where we land at the context today.
Okay, I think that's exciting. The thought of that piece of infrastructure that really is just sitting in the background, not necessarily serving us in any direct way, purely as a backup water system. This is exciting. I look forward to learning more about the potential. And have one more question. Wondering if we could get a little bit of a deeper dive into the wind energy pilot project and specifically timelines. Like, are we talking about something that we'd be hearing more about in the next few weeks, or is it more of a next few months kind of timeline?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, and I will caveat my answer. So the feasibility study is actively ongoing. So BC Hydro reached out to us about this opportunity, and they are quite bullish about it. They're very excited to try to implement these technologies. So the site visits have occurred. We've identified a number of potential sites that may work, and the engineering consultants, so structural engineers, electrical engineers, and HVAC engineers, have detailed information about these sites and are looking at it right now. They have indicated that within about approximately 1 month, they should have the feasibility study back to us. And then we are going to have to, as exciting as this opportunity is, we're going to have a really clear-headed look at this and make a decision whether or not it's viable on a number of fronts. Economic sustainability, and given workloads of Public Works and other internal departments, facilities as well.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm just as excited about this pilot project as I am the potential of using the masheter to contribute energy. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And then I have questions from Mr. Mayor Herford.
Thank you to my colleagues for leading into where I was headed, which was this masheter piece. And it's great to hear that. So just want to make sure I have that answer right. It's a potential BC Hydro program that may change, and the rising energy costs that might change the business case for this. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Mr. Rell had a very good point that the landscape has changed very much with BC Hydro, where they're very interested in new electricity generation outside of their traditional means. So they're open to these and incentivizing them much more.
Okay, and has there been a similar and maybe this is part of the work ahead, but I know that in solar wind we're seeing rapidly changing technology, and it's been more and more efficient. Is that something that's at play with these sort of hydro generation as well, or is it really these programs and changing, like the other pieces of the context are changing?
Through the chair, we don't have the expertise internally to answer that well, but my presumption is that the technology is improving as it is in many other renewable spaces.
Okay, and I think Councillor French's questions answered this next question, but I just want to be clear. That original report, that's I don't remember that original work. Was that publicly available? It wasn't closed for some reason?
Through the chair, yes, it was completed in 2017, and we believe that it is publicly available.
Oh, okay. That'll be not that I necessarily seek out more recreational reading on reports, but I do think that's really interesting as we have a significant piece of infrastructure that's not, that's ready on standby and provides a service that way, but be really interesting, this concept. And then I realize I'll go into comments from here. So if we're ready for that, Chair, I might move receipt in as a way to.
Yeah, I think we're ready for that.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
by
that.
Mayor Herford, seconded by Councillor Anderson.
Just thank you to staff for all the work to date and outlining the work, setting us up well for the work ahead. It's easy for me, the change in context really jumped, and that's important. So I think this really reflects where we are today as things evolve. For questions here around the table around, the return on investment, the capital investments versus operation, all these pieces are really important. We also have the, but it's with this work, I think, sort of highlights that there's been this, in my mind, a piece of the ledger just missing, which is this to date, we're addressing it here, of our inventory and our emissions inventory and so on, and just make sure that we're scoring all those pieces along the way. And I think we're set up, this work has already set us up uniquely positioned to be able to really take this work on and explain the how and the why of future investments. So thank you so much for the work, and happy to continue to find ways to support as this moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Firstly, I promised myself that I was not going to forget to give appropriate applause to your team, Mr. Picketts, on the new body of communication products regarding construction and demolition waste diversion. It's really impressive. And I'm sure that if we were to look around the province and other municipalities, we're really got some good products here. I spoke with a new manager of a large development here locally about a building I've had my eye on. It's a big one with a lot of recyclable wood, valuable. He knew nothing about it. So we'll always have challenges in reaching our clientele and our audience, and this will be an ongoing one. But I noted in your report that direct communications with building sites and developers are certainly part of the program. The School District 48 has 2 biomass boilers, which are currently run on natural gas because they can't find a local supply of a convenient supply of wood waste. Immediately next door, right next door, another developer was dumping well over a year's supply of wood fuel that could have been used by the school district. I hope that the district can continue to be a facilitator in breaking down these silos that clearly exist in that area. Thirdly, I think that we should always be mindful that there's no need for us to compete with the private sector. And this arises for me in connection with the pilot wood reuse program. It is an area of interest for private companies as well, has been. In fact, very few of our recycling programs were not started by the private companies or private nonprofits. The fire department, for example, started bottle recycling, that kind of thing. So we should find what is our place in this world of recycling, and maybe there is a better place, opportunities for people in nonprofits or private sector. Finally, I see that there's reference to in the under 6.3 to a labor force development plan and its relevance for the CCAP. I would like to suggest that another economic development area that's important for us, local jobs is important to CCAP, reduced commuting, is industrial land planning. And I would venture to say it's a much more important priority than the labor force, although that is of course important. But if we want local jobs, we need spaces to work. And I note as long as the labor force's development plan is mentioned here, I thought the other one does deserve attention too, in a general strategy of reducing commuting and providing local opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, and I have Councillor Stoner next.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Again, just a huge amount of thanks for the amount and volume of work and finding a way to articulate all the various pieces and keeping it on track with an annual report. It's always really encouraging to see, especially when sometimes it can feel a little bit bleak out there when you look too broadly, and you're reminded just how much impact we can have at the local level. So thank you to you and your team for continuing to drive progress here in Squamish, and encouraging our neighbors to come along with us through shared programs like the one with Whistler. I do think one of the concerns that I had when I first read this is the community strategy. I should know the acronym. SEMP, Community Strategy Emissions Municipal Plan. No, not quite.
Strategic, close.
Strategic. Thank you. It's a really incredibly valuable piece of work, and I love to see how integrated it's becoming within our facilities management and our general operations. I think if I think back to when we first did the Community Climate Action Plan, it was absolutely in part about some of the work that we do. It was also a call to action for our community and a roadmap for them on how they can also participate in driving this change, because we know that we can't do it alone. And so with that, I was really encouraged to hear the ongoing work that's happening with the communications plan and programs so that we can continue to do the deep work for us in our own organization and our own facilities, as well as continue to bring other people along in the importance of this work. I think to the discussion that was had a little bit around the costs that we will definitely face going forward, and this kind of tension that we will start to realize when we know our budgets, both at the municipal level, but also like people's home budgets are tight, right? Like I think we can't put our heads in the sand and just be like, we have all the money in the world to be able to invest today for what we know we need in 20 years. So that falls on us to do our due diligence in terms of how we communicate that, how we bring a decision framework forward for the folks who are sitting at this table to be able to make that decision with clarity and articulate it to our community as to why we're investing and why sometimes we might not be choosing to invest. I still remember the first time when we built Fire Hall 1, we had the architects in here and they were like, you need to think of your community as an ecosystem of energy. You're not going to be able to get all of your buildings to net zero. You're going to be able to create energy on some and you'll like lose some on the others. And so think of it in a holistic way. And I think that's an important framework that we bring forward for all of our future decision making. Huge kudos to the solid waste team and the ongoing efforts in getting creative on how we continue to push the envelope to reduce the amount of waste that our community makes and reuses and puts it back into the circular economy. I know my daughter was very disappointed that she didn't get traded at this past weekend's toy swap. But I look forward to the June 6th event and the incredible amount of effort that's going into just making alternative forms of transportation available and what that looks like, and making sure that everybody has a way to choose to get around our community and what's going to work for them, but ensuring that those are on level playing fields, whether you're walking, biking, rolling. I know that there's just so many pieces of work. And the shiny new one of renewable energy strategy, I am just so tickled to see that that is now a core focus of our work. I think if anything, this like larger geopolitical moment that we are working in really articulates the importance of energy independence in whatever way, shape, or form that might look like, be it starting small and growing over time. I've always been so jealous of New West, who's had its own electrical utility since 1891. And then Nelson has one too. And every time I see anybody from those communities, I always ask them a bazillion questions about them. So I hope that we can go join that short list of municipalities that have their own electrical utilities one day. Thanks.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Pettengill next.
Yeah, thanks. A few things I want to touch on, and just my understanding of BC Hydro and their quote unquote need for power. It's not, my understanding is quite that we need so much. It is because we have so many dams and they have some challenges, but they allow us an enormous amount of storage. So we buy energy, even if it's gas fired from the States when it's cheap, store it in our dams. Rather, so we can fill them up and then we sell it back. And so it is actually a way to generate significant revenue. And so at times we're being asked to conserve so that in the broader energy market, we can actually as a province generate a whole lot of revenue. So it's not actually a shortage of capacity in any sense. It's we're trying to do this revenue generation. Just want to come back to the cost. And I think, you know, my understanding of the climate predictions, we're still working with numbers from 2016 or so, and we are sort of far exceeding the worst case scenarios. And so in terms of the things we're doing, it's not things we need 20 years from now, it's stuff we needed 40 years ago. And we're way behind. And so like we've sort of been talking about this so long. I think we've lost some of the urgency in our minds, but it is still there. It is more there. And when we talk about costs, and again, I understand in a present day cost, and if you look, it's easy to look at a bill and do a capital interest calculation, but a few meters of dike, we're seeing how many millions or tens of millions of dollars that is. And so when you look at the adaptation costs, which are real tangible costs from our community, they are so enormous, and it's harder to connect them, but we can't lose sight of that when we talk about costs. And I think the other piece is when you look at the technologies, gas and so on, the opportunity for those costs to go down isn't much there. But electricity is in such early days, it's moving so fast, costs are coming down so quickly. If we're thinking about a 30-year time frame, which we really are here, we shouldn't be focusing too much on present day energy bills, because the energy piece is going to go way down. It speaks to the resilience piece that my colleague spoke about. Is unlike gas and some of these other things, we can actually generate this energy ourselves, and increasingly more so, and store it ourselves. And so, when we're thinking about cost resilience and bringing down costs in the medium and long term, something that is electricity based makes a whole lot of sense. And that's why, I focus on the AC and things that sort of build in a 20 or 30-year dependence on a fossil fuel source. I'm not just looking at today and next year and 3 years from now, I'm looking at 10 years. Like, that's a real challenge. And so the quicker we can get away from that challenge, the better. And but I appreciate all the really exciting work here, and happy to keep pushing for more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so I have a couple comments of my own, nothing really unique to what's been said. Or do you want to say, okay, Councillor Hamilton, oh, you go first. That's fine.
Yeah, thanks very much for all the work on this. I did really enjoy diving into the numbers here. There's been a fair amount of discussion on cost estimations and the actual budgets for doing these. My reason for bringing that up is, I think, as Councillor Stoner mentioned, I don't want us to be sticking our heads in the sand here. If we want this, if we want these changes to move forward, we have to be realistic about how much it's going to cost. If we're not realistic about how much it's going to cost, we're not going to be budgeting it in the 10-year financial plan. And if we don't put it in the 10-year financial plan, it's not going to get done. And so it's the reason I'm asking about these real costs is because I want this to happen, and I don't believe it'll happen unless we take that very realistic and sobering view of the cost of these things. Regarding renewable energy projects, really excited to see the possibility of small renewable energy projects popping up. I want to say that I'm very supportive of ones that are in coordination and in partnership with BC Hydro, because they are the experts in this. I do have some hesitation of us launching into renewable energy projects like perhaps a run-of-river project without significant support and expertise, because that's not, as far as I understand, a level of a body of expertise that we have in-house. And I would be hesitant to step into that arena without full understanding of the risks involved in operating a facility like that. Thanks.
Thanks. And then I just have a couple comments of my own. Of course, thank you so much for all the work you're doing and for that you've very nicely distilled down to this presentation today. It's really exciting for me to see these next steps taking place, in terms with regards to our energy sources. And I think it'd be really interesting to see the renewable energy pieces becoming more centric in our conversations with developers, for instance, to create not only energy efficient structures, but also to be including some of these renewable energy pieces and bringing that into our asks from developers more consistently, and maybe even incorporating this into our DCC bylaw for the future, because this is the infrastructure that we need to make these buildings viable. And just echoing some of Councillor Stoner's comments about the importance of energy independence, like environmental impact aside, we see what's happening globally around energy right now in this very moment and how it pertains to power. And it's just a stark reminder that our current energy environment is tenuous at best, and we absolutely morally, environmentally, and ethically need a transition. And the more that we can control this, within our own communities, as opposed to waiting for these global entities to kind of shift, is the better. And to Councillor Hamilton's point, like we do need to have the fiscal foresight, if you will, necessary to manifest these ideas. To his point, if we don't have that economic framework, if we don't have that financial framework, like how do we get there? So all these pieces are all very important, but I'm generally very excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing flowers on rooftops. That's what I want to see. So thank you very much for your work today. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now it's time for Councillor Greenlaw's favorite part of the day, eating. We're 15 minutes behind. I don't know. Should we just bump the UBCM conversation back 15 minutes or cut our lunch break a little bit? What do you think? Okay. I'm gonna say we reconvene at 12:30 instead. Does that sound good? Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I'm just gonna call this meeting back into session. We're starting our afternoon with a staff report about the 2026 Union of BC Municipalities, UBCM Minister Meeting requests. And this conversation will be directed by Ms. Jenny Franks and Ms. Von Plateau. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Franks, Legislative Assistant to Mayor and Council.
Melissa Poblito, Director of Corporate Administration.
Today, we're going to be talking about meeting requests for the September 2026 UBCM conference in Vancouver. During the UBCM conference, the provincial government provides opportunities for municipal council members to meet face-to-face with our BC ministers. This is an opportunity for Squamish Council to directly advocate for community interests, priorities, discuss pressing issues, request support for projects, advocate for reform, and influence provincial policy. Typically, each municipal council is granted between 3 to 6 15-minute meetings. And then you are allowed 1 to 3 topics per meeting. The 2026 deadline for meeting applications or requests is June 24th. Today, Council can discuss the ministries they would like to request meetings with at the conference. And today will decide on the topic or topics they would like to discuss with each ministry. The next step will be a finalization and ratification of the minister meeting topics, and the 2026 submission deadline is June 24th. And for interest, the UBCM convention this year will be September 14th to 18th in Vancouver. I have a listing here of the ministries this year accepting meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. Any questions, I guess, comments? Councillor Anderson.
Just over a week ago, we received a memo from CAO Linda Glenday passing on an invitation from BC Hydro. And this is, of course, opportunity once again at the UBCM convention. BC Hydro is not on our list of ministry accept meetings, but I wondered if we might discuss this opportunity at this time, and would that be able to be facilitated by your team, Ms. Franks?
Through the chair, yes. I have the application process for BC Hydro, and I can put forth a meeting with BC Hydro.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you for this. This is always a. I mean, this step is really important, and these meetings are both can be productive and infuriating, maybe equal parts when we get there. But I was curious. It said in the report you said we will be granted between 3 and 6 meetings. Do we have guidance on what the what the ask is? Like, we don't always receive all the asks. So should we be like shooting for that 6 and we might get all of them, or we might get 3, or is there some upper limit of kind of overshooting, say requesting 8? I don't know. I'm just trying to orient us so we can make sure that we get there. Do you have any insight into that, or has there been any guidance? It didn't really jump out at me from the documents that I saw.
Through the chair, I know that a couple of years ago we applied for 8 and we did get 8. The recommendation was to have a maximum of 6.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm thinking that we have business with Modi is probably the bigger issue, is to narrow it down to the 3 topics or prioritize those 3 topics, as much of what we're talking about, our dealings or our interests there seem to be, you know, ideally there's movement on the files between here and September. So I would propose that we have Modi, and I think that there's sort of a highway safety, rail, and I'll call it the general heading of transit, would maybe be topics that to be covered in such a meeting. And is the order, the topic 1, 2, 3, is that expected the order of importance or operations with this? So is that a yes?
Through the chair, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Then maybe that's if I have those 3 Modi with those 3 topics, perhaps the conversation for council is helping prioritize a debate around prioritizing the order of operations if we are successful in securing the meeting. So yeah, that would be my my opening suggestion, along with the BC Hydro. Thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Anderson. Timely.
Thanks. I have Councillor Stoner next.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I also had MOTT on my list with those 3 topics in mind, so I'd support that. The other areas of interest that I'd like council to consider pursuing would be a meeting with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, particularly on heart and hearth and encampments in our community. A joint meeting request with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Infrastructure, particularly on long-term care facility planning, as well as long-term planning for a new hospital in our community, as well as Ministry of, I think it's a Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And this would be one to ground truth with our staff, but I've been seeing, and I should have asked Mr. Picketts when he was here at our previous topic, but increasing amount of dialogue around concerns around the local government climate action funding potentially disappearing. And so that is one that I think if there are any legs to that rumor, that it'd be worth having a conversation with Minister Green about that. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, just in that bucket, I think for the Minister of Environment, I would agree with the LG cap, and in the context of the the province seems to be thinking it's chasing short-term revenue, which has impacts we have to, it's more important for us to offset, and the LG cap is so critical for that. So, you know, highlighting the need to put these things together. If we're going to be doubling down on fossil fuel development, then we need a lot more support in LG cap, not less, because we have to offset the impacts. The EAO process is going through an update, and we haven't had the capacity to engage in that. But what I'm hearing coming out of that is really concerning. We've been asking over and over again for more time, more resources for local governments to weigh into these processes, and it seems they're going the other way. And so in my mind, this is actually maybe our opportunity to provide some of that EAO feedback. And there's some other things. And we have also a whole history of resolutions regarding the whole process that we can also bring back, I think, and highlight. And then, you know, we have that air quality health impacts. There's the health impacts from LNG that we asked for back in February. We have an air quality resolution, which ties in. So there's a whole bundle of things, I think, for that minister, and we may not get to all of them, but I think there's a really strong grouping of things that we've been doing advocacy on. I think there has been some conversation. In my mind, I tried to put this in a bucket of banking impacts on housing. And in 2 cases, talking to some developers, understanding why it is that commercial spaces are staying vacant. And it is counterintuitive, but it's basically the way financing is working. It's more economical for developers to keep those places unoccupied, apparently. And then, you know, we keep on hearing now, if developers can't show 15% minimum profitability, they don't get financing. And so we're being pushed in all of our DCCs and ACCs to consider this number. It used to be 10%. And so, you know, as much as developers get bashed, it really seems that it's the banks that are making bank here, and we're all paying the price. And so I think there's some discussion. I'm not sure actually what ministry this is. It doesn't really seem like housing. Maybe it's finance. But there for me, there's some work there to do about how banking regulations and so on are dealing with that. And then I would just consumer protection. I'm not sure where that falls, but I think filling some of the gaps left by the feds when they pulled out of some of the greenwashing regulation is another one I would advocate for. Oh, and sorry, funding to match housing targets, and that would maybe, if we are speaking to the minister, we've got all these targets, and there's an LMLGA supported a resolution going forward on this, but they've pulled back many of the programs we're using to help to meet the targets that they've asked us to meet, and so I think there's some discussion around that as well.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Three notions following on the mayor's suggestion of the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. Firstly, that the highway safety and transit probably might conveniently and workably belong in a session. However, I will suggest that rail might be considered for a different session. Yesterday, I attended an informal bi-weekly gathering of voices from the Cariboo and the North Shore regarding the BC Rail line. And I was instructed by minute to request consideration by this council that we take the lead in requesting a delegation meeting with Minister Farnworth at UBCM. That delegation would be consisting of Lillooet, 100 Mile House, Williams Lake, Quesnel, Prince George have already requested to be a part of it, as well as the Lillooet Tribal Council. I should note before I forget that the Mayor of Quesnel explicitly requests that the meeting be a Teams meeting or accessible virtual meeting accessibility. The topics would be, and I passed around a handout, which in fact came from the discussions yesterday to my council colleagues, and I would direct your attention to a page with two columns, one in gray, one in blue. Respectively, the gray column is the Canadian Transport Act process, and that CN must follow for the discontinuance process. The one on the right side is the BC government process and opportunity. And I think that what the delegation would be particularly interested to speak with Minister Farnworth on is, well, to be frank, what is the BC government planning to do with all of the leverage it holds in this discontinuance process, leverage that is quite independent of the Canadian Transportation Act process, being the landlord. The other element that might be raised in a delegation meeting with the minister is the role of BC Rail Company as the acting landlord. So I just put that to my colleagues that there is a suggestion from these communities, and the North Shore might be included, to appear as a delegation to Minister Farnworth, and if we could recruit a representative from BC Rail Company. And I should also note that the relevant ministry division for BC Rail conversations in Victoria would be the Integrated Transportation and Infrastructure Services Division. And that is not the division that is associated with highway safety or transit. So it is that specific division, and we can note that later on. So this is my suggestion to my colleagues, that we consider that Squamish take the lead in requesting a meeting with Minister Farnworth, a delegation, and we could copy it to our colleagues if anybody has any further suggestion or comment.
Mayor Herford, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, just I'm curious why the suggestion is that we take the lead on this, given the work that's been funded by the Northern Development Trust and its member municipalities.
The Northern Development Initiative Trust, just like the other regional economic development trusts, is strictly non-political, cannot take advocacy positions and lobbying activity with respect to the provincial government.
Sorry, I'm not suggesting that the trust does, but the reason that work was commissioned was at my understanding was at the request of participating municipalities in that trust. And I'm just curious where us leading on this versus us supporting those that appear to be at least leading with financially with advocacy, or at least understanding this issue so that the electeds can advocate.
Just briefly in reply, for one thing, we are meeting today. So it would be convenient, time is of the essence, and our committee of the whole meeting today is the opportunity to discuss this. Otherwise, we should not underestimate the role we have been playing. It was initially a letter from Mayor Herford that kind of got people together, and in fact, our MLA, Jeremy Valerio, also has played a critical role from down here, and this is acknowledged up and down the line. Finally, I would just suggest really it is kind of a secretarial function that we are playing in crafting a letter and sending it along. It is kind of a secretarial function rather than taking an advocacy lead in a strong sense on the part of the District of Squamish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if this, I'll ask the question to staff, but I'm interested in council's recollection on this. Is there a mechanism for having, I've had meetings where it's us and multiple ministries, but I don't recall this piece where we have multiple, this sort of what we're hearing here is having other municipalities sort of join in with a meeting. Is that spoken to anywhere in your process? And I see Councillor Stoner wanting to weigh in on this, so I don't know who wants to go first. I'll leave that to the chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. I can think of a few topics where we've done this in the past, regional transit being one, where we've gone with all communities across the corridor. It's definitely something that is done on a regular basis. It's not super common that we've done it, but there's definitely topics that are regional in nature where you can bring in multiple partners if necessary. My further thought to that, though, is that I actually think that if this is an area that council would like to pursue and support, that this be sent as a letter to Minister Farnworth in advance and separate from UBCM delegation or meetings, both because of timeliness as well as because of the structure that's being requested in a virtual format to enable more people to be able to attend. That would just be a letter requesting the minister's time, which we can do outside of UBCM meetings as well, and that might be a better scenario for this.
Is this on this topic, Councilor? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit of two minds, I guess. On the one hand, it's a little bit clear what our ask is in terms of, I've heard a proposal and there's things like, I think we'd like to keep options open and so on. So I guess that's where I have some hesitation. On the flip side, it does seem with some of this, there's a risk that the province interprets this as sort of our preferred approach for regional transit and so on. And so taking the lead on this may be our chance to clearly articulate what this is and isn't from our perspective. And so, yeah, sort of split there.
Yeah, Mayor Herford.
I'm thinking about the this ask. This does make some sense to me as far as having these group come together. I actually prefer Councillor Stoner's suggestion of requesting a meeting. My concern is that even in our session today, I'm looking for a clear ask. In that letter and the advocacy we've done to date, the ask has been simply for a process. And I think I'm not comfortable deviating from that. And I don't know, I'd like to better understand what the ask is if we were to prioritize this or elevate this to a standalone or elevate our advocacy from a request for a clear process, which has really been the extent of our advocacy to date. So I don't quite know how we reconcile that with the time we have. And also, I know we are meeting today, but all municipalities have opportunities to make these requests within the timeline, which was another nearly 30 days left on the clock to make these asks. So we have a bit of time to iron it out, whether we lead or someone else, but I'm challenged by what we're asking for. With these other pieces, it's quite clear, and I don't know that there's alignment across the align as to what that ask is. So I don't want to lead a charge that we're not all the way aligned on.
Councillor Anderson, do you have a response?
Yes. It is quite true that Mayor Herford's letter of some months ago made that ask of a process. We have in front of us on the same sheet that I've distributed the process and answers regarding it. And this has been with substantial research behind this on the part of the NDIT team and others. The process on the left-hand side is the Canadian Transportation Act process. What we need to ask and what we don't have answers for, what none of us have answers for, is what the province's process is going to be. That remains a question. How will it use its leverage? How will it be requesting these studies? It is entirely unclear, and all we have is the verbal comments from Minister Farnworth to our MLA Minister Valerio. So this is indeed a process question that we would be asking, is one that would be directed specifically to the provincial government and its authority and, if you like, leverage.
Thanks. Are there any more comments on this subject? Councillor Stoner.
I would also like to add Ministry of Jobs and Economic Growth on BC Rail Yards and Green Innovation Space.
Yes, Councillor Anderson.
This is another topic I wish to raise, and that is that we have the opportunity to apply for up to $25 million of funding through the program announced this March by Prime Minister Carney, the Trade Corridors Diversification Fund. The deadline is September 25th. And we are able to qualify for this. And the last time around, under a different program, our application with Squamish Terminals was deemed to be too small in scale, essentially. So there are conversations in the community with Site B, stakeholders, and Squamish Terminals to work together with the district. Of course, we haven't realize these connections and conversations yet towards discussing an application, but there is interest, and the elements that would be considered would include the rail yards. And so this brings us to, so we've last year did discuss the rail yards with the Ministry of Jobs and Economic Development, but the ministry that would be might be better directed to remains the Ministry of Transportation provincially to get their endorsement of a potential application. But we haven't discussed a potential application. I guess in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that the rail yards belongs to a bigger conversation about infrastructure funding for Squamish that is part of a package that includes dredging and intersection and truck route safety investments.
Okay, thanks. Is that it for this subject? You got something else? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking if there's more on this subject. Okay. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to suggest that we meet with the Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills. That is Jesse Sooner. And the one and only topic being Quest University.
Sorry, could you repeat the topic?
Quest University.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, Councillor French, could you elaborate on that, which aspect of that topic you'd like to discuss at this proposed meeting?
By September, Quest University might not exist anymore. Hopefully that won't be the case. But I think that if Quest does still exist as an entity and hasn't been transformed into Vancouver University, as is proposed by the current Quest board, I think it's important for us to connect with the minister on this and make sure that the minister is fully up to speed on what's going on with what's happening with Quest and seek support to have the future of that institution go in a direction that's not what we're currently seeing.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I can just seek further clarity from my council colleague, we do land use zoning and planning. We have ensured that that land that is a university can be used by a post-secondary education that is public. That is now currently not held by Quest University anymore. So I'm just curious what you expect our role to be in this conversation as counsel for the community. If you can elaborate on that, that would be helpful.
Okay, I don't have that hand right now, so that's something that I'd have to work with the Alumni Association to put together.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make a request to meet with the Minister of Finance, Minister Bailey, and the Minister of Jobs and Economic Growth, Minister Kalin, about the changes in the PST legislation. That was one piece. Yeah, Mayor Herford.
I really like that topic. I think that if there were 3 topics, it might be 3 different ways that that's problematic.
Can I do 12 topics? Yeah. That can nest in with another, if there's other requests for those ministers, or I could take up all 15 minutes with that. Did I see your hand, Councillor Stoner? Or did you have something else to say? No? Oh yeah, go ahead, Mayor Herford.
We just rattled off sort of a bit of a brain dump. I think there's some, which is what I would call it if I did it just by myself even. So that's no, no disrespect intended, but how many, I was making notes and I lost the plot. How many do we have? And then we can figure out, maybe this will help us prioritize in which topics might be better addressed elsewhere or left. Do we have, feels like we have 10 or more is what it feels like. Is that reality? Okay, well, that's happening. Well, the math is, I'm glad that answer wasn't readily available. It makes me feel better about my own math. I think just Councillor French's suggestion around Quest, there's so many pieces to that puzzle. I think there might be a piece there worth considering, but so if we want to keep it on the radar between now and our next touch point, we need to understand what it is we'd be asking for out of this. I don't know that we have as a board or as a community, as Councillor Stoner mentioned, have a clear desired outcome here. I think we have many historical pieces that are, really problematic with that whole saga. But sitting here, I don't know exactly what we'd be asking for with the point in time that we are. So I'd need some more clarity before I could consider that. But I'm happy to also maybe keep it on depending on how this math shakes out, that one item, maybe we keep on the list, do some background on it, and then we may be better informed to have a debate whether we want to include it for submission.
Councillor Pettengill?
Well, and just on that point, I think I heard that September may be too late anyway. So I wonder if this is something that we actually want to, if we are going to do something, do it prior to UBCM anyways.
Ms. Franks, did you have something to say?
Through the chair, thank you. I just wanted to mention sometimes when there's multiple ministries involved, when we make an application, they will
put some ministries together for us and have both of them in one room. So I think it's really important that we get our topics that we want to discuss, the most important, number one. But from our calculation, we do have about 8 or 9 different ministries that we're thinking of applying for.
Sorry, 8 or 9 ministries or 8 or 9 topics?
8 or 9 ministries.
Should we just outline what the topics are right now and rehash and then kind of start moving through an elimination round? Is that what you'd like to do, or what's useful for you right now?
Through the chair, I will review exactly which topics fall under which ministries, and I can have that prepared for the next meeting when you make your final selections. But kind of paring it down, yeah, just a little bit would be very helpful.
Paring it down in this meeting or in the next one? Yeah.
This one.
Okay. So did you have something to say, Mayor Herford?
I think, I guess for the next meeting, my understanding is we submit something that's the ministry and the topic, and our backgrounder at this point is really a word count similar to a tweet back in the day, like a very short description. Is that correct? So then at the next meeting, just so I understand that, we would have maybe those descriptions so we could look at it that way. Okay. I do think that I would entertain a letter on the Quest matter. I think that's a good course of action. Gives us some time to flush it out and also react before the timescales here are really challenging with this process in general. If a matter is live, it may be resolved by the time we get there. And I would suggest that and I think that's where the Quest discussion lives. On the other end of the scale, but I think the same response is actually the rail piece. I think this is a standalone. There are some time pressures. People seem to varying interpretations of what happens when with this air quotes process. But I think this ask and the nature of the ask we should entertain as a letter and a request for a meeting outside of this process. And I think that that at least takes some of the pieces off the table and leaves us free in our MOTT meeting to talk about the highway safety transit, and then we can drop and then support rail at that time with what it needs, and sort of prioritize those 3 topics in that order for the MOTT meeting. I'll wrap my head around the other pieces of this still floating, but that's sort of some of the pieces I have a vision on.
I was going to go to Councillor Anderson next.
Thank you. Mayor Herford's suggestion of a letter to the Ministry of Transportation is sort of in line with comments Councillor Stoner made about our need to kind of ask for assistance and guidance in requesting a delegation meeting, which I take it is still what we're up to. And that is not least because it may be a virtual meeting and it doesn't need to be timed with the UBCM. So I agree that a letter is a reasonable move to ask for guidance in how we might request such a meeting. And I do assume that we are talking about a delegation. I have some comments on some other topics, but I can wait till later.
Settle this one.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor
Thank
Stoner.
you. I'd like to propose that the mayor write the following motion, that the mayor write a letter to Minister Farnworth and BCR requesting a delegation meeting with partners along the rail line to seek clarity on the province's approach to CN withdrawal. If it's seconded, I'll speak to it. Hopefully, Councillor Anderson, this is sufficient for capturing the components that we need to move this work forward sooner rather than later. And I think that this is better served as a delegation and a direct correspondence to Minister Farnworth than UBCM meetings. So that's why I put this motion forward.
Thanks. I just want to point out that was seconded by Mayor Herford. Councillor Anderson, do you have something to say?
Yes, I just wanted to pass on that I appreciate Councillor Stoner has included reference to BC Rail Company And that is the correct label we should be using. It's distinct from BC Rail Properties, BC Rail Company. If that is in the motion, I think that would be very useful. And I think it would satisfy our partners up and down the line as to an initiative at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, just a thought, and it's a strategic thing and something I've struggled with a bit. My understanding is that there is a bit of split in government in terms of ways people would like to go, and I feel like Minister of Health and Minister of Housing and some of the ministries that seem to be on our list. My sense is the ministers actually get it, and it's maybe more in finance and so on, where some of these obstacles with LG cap or appropriate funding for some of the health things, closing seniors care and making sure we have funding to meet the housing targets, like it's in the finance piece. And so are we better off articulating our concerns in a way we actually then speak to the ministers that need to hear the message, that need to be pushed? Because I feel like we may be speaking to the converted if we go to the ministries we've talked about with some of these things.
Mayor Herford.
In the past, we've tried to be creative with things like that, like trying to maybe go to the ministry that has a co-benefit to the issue. And if I'm going to look to Ms. Franks, but in my recollection, we've been redirected, even though the ask was when they get the subject, they sort of have a self-determining as to who we should speak to about that. Is that a fair recollection?
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly what happens.
Yes, Councillor Stoner.
So by my notes, and to try and wrap this up, from the conversation that I've heard, we have Ministry of Transportation Transit with a focus on transit expansion, highway intersection safety, and rail, and a supporting line if necessary come September, following hopefully our successful request for a delegation based on the previous motion. We have Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing with regards to Heart and Hearth and encampment support, housing target, and infrastructure funding, that being two topics. Ministry of Health and Ministry of Infrastructure would be a request for a shared meeting to discuss the long-term care facility in Squamish and future planning for a new hospital and hospital expansion. Ministry of Environment and Climate Change on LG cap funding and potentially some conversation around the EAO process. However, I do think that given where that process is at, the minister is just going to direct us to the ongoing engagement process that is happening. And so I think directing that feedback to the minister will not be super helpful at that time, would be my lens on that one. Ministry of Jobs and Economic Growth to discuss provincial sales tax challenges and BC rail yards. And then Ministry of Finance also on PST, as well as DCC, ACCs, and development finance. That's what I have listed.
Councillor Anderson.
I hope I didn't miss it, but there was the BC Hydro, and I wonder if I could propose a motion at this time regarding a meeting with BC Hydro. And I can, the motion would be as follows, that a request be made for a meeting with BC Hydro regarding the future of the Squamish substation. Let's actually insert relocation of the Squamish substation. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak further to it.
Are you seconding, Mayor Herford?
No, I had a question or comment on at this point, which I think we'll get there. When this meeting opportunity came forward recently, what was it? Just the last regular meeting, the mayor was directed to write a letter to BC Hydro on a specific issue. I was happy to interpret that as start advocacy on that topic, which to me, this is asking for a meeting is one of the pieces we would have in the letter. So I think that that piece should be included in this BC Hydro discussion, which is the expansion plans for the hydro line to serve WLNG through Brackendale. So that project was something I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss.
Yes, Councillor Anderson.
It just to be clear, Mayor Herford, you're suggesting that my motion should refer to this transmission line topic as well, and we would address these in the same meeting?
Yes, and I would likely start with the Brackendale piece feels the most timely or imminent, and the other piece is it would be secondary. So that would be my order if we needed to prioritize those two topics. And if that's your motion, I'll second it. Okay, so we'll second that.
Yes, Councillor Anderson.
Of the downtown substation. So this has been a matter that BC Hydro brought forward back in 2020. I have in front of me a letter to Squamish residents from BC Hydro Power Smart. Quote, "We expect a new Squamish substation will be needed by 2035 and construction beginning as early as 2033. The substation is aging and nearing capacity for the electrical demand it can serve. The site comprises more than 2.5 acres, and it is an outstanding and unique opportunity for an affordable rental housing project from our perspective. It's a very rare Crown Agency site for that purpose. The recent 10-year capital plan for BC Hydro outlines plans for a number of communities and redevelopment of substations, including Mount Pleasant, Surrey Langley, Lougheed, Barnard, Newell, Steveston, Scott Road, and elsewhere in the province. We're not on that list. So my suggestion is that we advocate to be in the plans for the next round for review of BC Hydro's capital plan. It is just simply so important to try to secure that property for housing purposes. We are so land scarce, and that is so well located. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Von Blodo.
Thanks. Could I get clarity for the minutes on the exact wording of the motion?
Sorry, that was that a meeting request go to be to. I'm going to paraphrase, and we have to start this process again. But the meeting requests be made to BC Hydro through their recent offer to meet, requesting to discuss the bracket alignment of future expansion, power line expansion in Brackendale, affecting Brackendale, servicing WLNG, and the matter of the downtown substation. Did I get it, Councillor Anderson?
Relocation. Substation relocation.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that all right?
We're good. Thank you.
Okay, good. I think I have next on my speakers list called question. All in favor. That's unanimous, I think. Next on my speakers list is Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I think Councillor Stoner did a good job of summarizing some of the key elements. I would add the air quality piece that went to LMLJ and health impacts from LNG, which did come from a resolution, not just from our council, just because those are both health tied things, and the Minister of Health may or may not wish to speak to those things and may try and push them to a different ministry. But in my mind, those are both very much health focused. And so they would make sense under that ministry. I think the EAO piece actually, again, what I'm hearing is things, and we're seeing actually engagement times being cut or suggestions for that. And sort of this rush to development with no consultation or oversight. We just had an experience with the BCER. So I think the resolutions we've sent many times and spoken to ministers about are not being reflected right now. And so I do think it's worth actually reminding the minister of some of those things and some of the new issues. But failing that, if this group doesn't believe that UBCM and the ministry meeting is the place for that, I do think then it is really critical that we do feed into the EAO process, because I'm not, from what I've seen so far, the correspondence and the work we've done hasn't been reflected. And so we can't miss the opportunity to remind them of that as part of this process one way or another.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anybody. Oh, there's Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to offer two comments on our discussion so far. Firstly, with respect to the BC Rail Squamish yards. We have received correspondence that emanates from its background is our meeting last fall with the Ministry of Jobs and Economic Development, Economic Growth, that they don't have any money for us to do planning work in and infrastructure development in the BC Rail yards at this time. However, there is a scenario that the federal government might through the Trade Corridors Diversification Fund. That project of planning for those port backup lands, key industrial lands, would fit perfectly well in that fund's terms of reference. And the Stream 3, the deadline is September. So just to keep that in mind, there is that scenario that we can go to the province, look, you don't have any money, but the feds might. Can you give us a letter of support? That kind of thing. I'd also like to comment on the different divisions of the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. Once again, the division that is concerned with railway and ports infrastructure and trade corridor, trade enabling lands is the Integrated Transportation and Infrastructure Services Division. It's not Highways Division or Transit. So we need to make up our mind, and we can return to this next time around, but we need to be focused. And if we're going to address things other than highway safety and regional transit, that we make up our minds and have that reflected in our request for the ministry staff to be there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Herford, did you have comments?
I'm just suggesting a path forward here, but on on that matter as to divisions of the ministry responsible for which piece, I think it's up to the ministry to figure out who should be in the room for the discussion. I don't think it's our request is for meeting with the minister, and the minister presides over all those different divisions. So it's up to them to put the right folks in the room based on the topic of our ask, in my opinion. So I think that on the suggestion of the federal program and trying to work towards being successful there, if those applications are open till September, we're debating a meeting that's happening in September to instill some action from the provincial government. It feels like the timing might be off there, and we might need to support those initiatives another way to achieve that goal. But I think those comments aside, I think that if we, from what I've heard here, if we could send Staffway to coalesce these down into a list that we can better support the debate on the individual pieces and prioritization inside of those, that feels like the best path forward. And do you have, okay, there you go. So perhaps we can support these now, and then we can give it some more consideration and get to final paring down at the next meeting. I'm just gonna have a look at that email, and thank you for that.
Yes, Councillor Anderson.
Just further comments on the matter of which division of the ministry. I'm actually not convinced that it isn't prudent on our part to make that request, for the reason that the provincial government's acquaintance with Squamish trade and enabling lands, trade and enabling infrastructure, port infrastructure picture is poor. And I think that we, in our interest to secure money for infrastructure, not least for a second crossing into downtown, we need to help the provincial government and take an active approach to helping them understand the Port of Squamish and our infrastructure. And I honestly do feel that there's every sign that I've had in the last 20 years is the provincial government is just, we're not on their map. In fact, I have a map put together by the province with me today that doesn't have Squamish. It has Whistler, and it doesn't have the BC rail line. And this is a persistent issue. And I think we should take an active approach to correcting the government's understanding and acquaintance. And this has many benefits. North Vancouver got millions of dollars for a bike path from the Port Strategy Fund. And they do that because they take an active stance with respect to those programs, which we have not over the years. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. How shall we move forward from here? We are over time now.
I'll move that we direct staff to prepare the meeting requests as discussed at the meeting today, and I'll say largely in the form of in the email from Councillor Stoner that was distributed to council, and the minute taker has as well. And then if it's seconded, I will speak to it.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, everybody, for the conversation so far. I think these are all these topics are important. It's just how we parse them out and prioritize these conversations. I do want to just touch on the comments from Councillor Anderson just now prior to this motion around being on the radar and taking an active role. I wasn't suggesting that we take that we're passengers in any of this. We can request which portion of the ministry is in the room. Ultimately, it's up to the ministry to provide who they see fit in the room. And our requests will only be ever treated as suggestions. We can make those ones, we'll make the right suggestions, but if we're dealing with the ministry, we can deal with all the pieces underneath said ministry in the meeting, which is the format that these meetings take. So happy to see us move forward. I look forward to the next discussion and see if we what we do with this list after a little bit deeper consideration going into it.
Thanks for that. Any other comments? Oh, I see Councillor French.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment, please, that we include the post-secondary education ministry. And I'll look for a seconder on that.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Oh, Councillor Nickel.
So clarifying question. I think what I heard in the room is this: if we might sort of take this offline out of UBC ahead of time, given the September deadline. Is the rationale for this that you feel that sort of regardless of that, a minister meeting is still important?
Yeah, and if we pull it off the list 2 or 3 weeks or whenever we discuss this next, great. But for now, could we at least have it on the radar?
Councillor Stoner.
I'd recommend we go the other direction, where if you want to bring it back in 2 or 3 weeks with some more fulsome discussion on what it is that we're trying to ask for. The deadline to submit is not until June 24th, so we have time. But I don't want to send staff off on a wild goose chase to try and figure out what it is that we're asking for here. So I think we do our due diligence and we direct staff to do the work.
Thanks. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Doesn't look like there's a seconder. Okay, so going back to voting on the original motion. All in favor? Okay. Are you opposed, Councillor French?
I voted in favor.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, I think that's what we've got for today. Okay, thanks. I hope you have everything you need. If you don't, I'm sure you'll let us know. And we'll see you again about this in a couple weeks. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I know we're a little bit behind, but we'll just take 5, let you guys get set up. That's cool. Okay, reconvene at 1:30. Thanks. Going again? I assume Russell's okay. Yay. Okay. And here to talk to us about Squamish Community Housing Society is Ms. Sarah Ellis and our own Mr. Velanishkis. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Ellis, and I'm the Executive Director of Squamish Community Housing Society, or Housing Squamish. I'm also joined today by Kirby Brown and Lori Pine, two board members. We're here today with an update to Council on our work, as well as a request for an amendment to our 5-year contribution agreement with the district in light of the changing funding landscape for affordable housing in BC. So in this presentation, for the benefit of folks who might be watching, I'll give a brief introduction and update on our work to date. Then I'll go into a discussion on the changing landscape for our work, how we're adapting, and our request. So who we are. Housing Squamish is an independent, community-based nonprofit housing society that was born through a partnership between the District of Squamish, local affordable housing and service providers, community leaders, and the Squamish Nation. Together, we're working to catalyze community-based housing solutions toward our vision for housing as a platform for diverse, equitable, and resilient community in Squamish. We do our work on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, and we're proud of our partnership with HEAM Housing Society and our work supporting them in their mission to create 600 homes for Squamish Nation members by 2030, an embodiment of our core value of reconciliation. Our mission is critical because we know the housing challenge in our community is real. Even as we hear about the rest of the Lower Mainland experiencing a slowdown in rent growth and an increase in vacancy rates, Squamish's market remains extremely tight. Our rental vacancy rate went down in 2025, back down to 0.5%, and we continue to post significant increases in rents, with average 2-bedroom rents in secured market rental now 75% higher than they were in 2018. We're also learning about housing need in our community through our own work. Last year, we launched our Housing Interest List, which is a growing list of households in Squamish actively looking for below-market housing. This list is giving us valuable data on these households, including who they are, their household type, their priorities, like number of bedrooms and amenities, and the rents they can afford. There are now over 300 households on this list and counting, made up of couples, singles, families, and seniors. Major gaps we're hearing about are rental and ownership housing affordable to our diverse local workforce needs, secure purpose-built rental rather than insecure basement suites and rented condos for folks who are looking to rent long-term, and deeply affordable rental homes with supports for seniors, people with disabilities, and people facing housing insecurity. With all of this need in mind, our goal is to bridge these gaps in housing need, generally serving working or retired households earning a broad range of incomes between roughly $45,000 and $135,000 a year, who live in Squamish and who don't require ongoing supports and services directly attached to their housing. In line with the district's perpetually affordable housing policy, our tenanting policy prioritizes households where at least one member works a minimum of 20 hours a week in Squamish or is retired, having previously worked in Squamish. We know that need for housing in our community is diverse, even among this group, and so our housing needs to be as well. So we're pursuing a wide range of models, rents, and housing types. This also serves our goal of moving toward financial self-sufficiency, as we're learning that a diverse portfolio is key to supporting society operations as well. The sum total of these achievements underscores our value to the community. We're supported by the district through core investments in our work through a 5-year contribution agreement, and we leverage that investment to access partner funds to deliver the housing we deeply need in Squamish. And in less than 3 years, we're already showing what's possible. We've taken the district's investment to date of around $2 million and leveraged over $17.5 million in senior government and partner funds to acquire and develop housing. This is almost a 10-time return on investment in a very short period of time, and we believe an even higher return is possible as we grow and scale. We're incredibly proud of our achievements to date in a short time and with very limited resources. Since 2023, we have brought 48 homes under management, including the co-purchase of Tantalus Manor with HEAM Housing Society and an operator agreement for 8 homes at Highline. In these homes, we are directly providing below-market homes to workers, couple and lone parent families, seniors, and Squamish Nation members. We're also 2/3 of the way through a deep energy retrofit to Tantalus Manor, supported by funding from CMHC, FCM, BC Hydro, and Van City, which is decarbonizing the building, extending its life, and increasing resident comfort. We're also proud of our work advancing our joint vision with the district for delivering new affordable housing on the district-owned site at Government Road and Centennial Way, securing and investing over $500,000 to get the project to shovel-ready status in order to qualify for the BC Housing Community Housing Fund, which we applied to in July last year. We were deeply disappointed by the province's decision earlier this year to cancel that funding round and indefinitely suspend the program, one of several actions taken in the last provincial budget to repace or delay affordable housing commitments. And so while we celebrate our early growth and success, much has changed in our environment since the Society developed the revenue model we provided to this council in 2024. That's the basis of our 5-year contribution agreement. We are now navigating a time of economic uncertainty, tightened senior government budgets for affordable housing, and unforeseen senior government decisions. These changes have inevitably impacted our development pipeline and our operating revenue. As you all know, our original 5-year revenue model submitted in 2024 set the district's operating contribution to the Housing Society at $500,000 a year for 2025 and 2026, and then reduced this contribution for 2027 and 2028 to $450,000. This step down in funding of about $50,000 was based on the Society's capacity to raise revenue from a pipeline of development and acquisition projects. Unfortunately, the BC government decision to cancel the 2025 Community Housing Fund impacted not only delivery of critical affordable rental for the community, but also posed a major setback to our own path toward financial self-sufficiency. The project represented a significant portion of the Society's operating revenue annually for 2027 and 2028, which would have filled the loss in revenue from the planned step down in district funding. This has happened alongside other setbacks to our pipeline of projects, including changing market conditions, slowing down the delivery of district secured PAH units, challenges accessing free or low-cost land essential to our projects, and limited capital to support pre-development costs and close equity gaps in our projects. By design, we are flexible and nimble, and we are pivoting and adapting to the greatest extent possible. We're actively exploring new partnerships and funding opportunities to move projects forward. Current government sources like Build Canada Homes are currently very limited and are generally looking like repayable loans instead of grants, which is requiring us to pivot toward low end of market and below market rental homes, which means that we have to take a longer term view to affordability we can generate in our homes. We're keeping our core operations and staffing lean so we can keep expenses down while still maintaining a high quality of services for our residents. This is also allowing us to continue to generate small surpluses that we contribute toward our Opportunity Fund, which is working capital to kickstart feasibility work on projects and help us access bigger sources of capital for pre-development and construction. We're also working hard to diversify our revenue through new business lines. We've had great success to date partnering with developers like Anthem and Diamond Head Development on eligibility review for district secured PAH units that are coming to market, ensuring a clear and fair process for community members looking to live in the units and addressing compliance risk for private owners. We're looking to expand this work into a standing waitlist for district secured PAH units in coming years. And most importantly, work is underway on a development and acquisition strategy to reassess our pipeline and revenue assumptions, asking hard questions about the amount and type of land, partnerships, and capital we need to expand our portfolio and advance our affordability and financial self-sufficiency goals. This will lead into a new round of board strategic planning later this year. However, with the latest setbacks, we're increasingly concerned about our capacity to maintain internal operations with the planned step down in operating funding happening next year. So in this slide, we're aiming to be very transparent with Council about where we're at with our current budget projections for core operations compared to the revenue model presented to Council in 2024. I'll note that this only reflects our internal administration and operations and not our properties. Our consolidated financial statements will be provided to staff in July. When we came to Council in 2024 with our request for a contribution agreement, we presented a revenue model for our core operations based on a set of assumptions around revenue from developing and operating a growing portfolio of homes. This showed that by 2027, we would have the ability to cover our capital reserve and project revenue to offset a $50,000 reduction in district grants. In 2026, the environment has changed. We are now conservatively projecting no revenue from development projects in 2027. This reflects the current government funding environment for development. We've also adjusted down our revenue for property operations accordingly. So under our updated projection for 2027, things do look quite different from our original model. Even with an increased contribution from the District of Squamish, we are projecting a deficit. I will note that we are on track with our operating expenses, largely compared to the revenue model. We do hope to make up this deficit with grant revenue from MRDT online accommodations contributions. And we intend to work with Tourism Squamish on an MOU for sharing these revenues as we have for 2025 and 2026. So this is not accounted for in this update. The situation is similar for 2028 unless we see a shift in change in government funding. Noting that even if there is a shift, there's still a lag time to apply for funding and get projects off the ground. So in all of this, we are seeing that as senior governments step away from their commitments on housing, community support for our work is more important than ever. We are deeply committed to our mission and mandate, which is rooted in real need for housing in our community, current and future. We're also committed to working toward the goal of financial self-sufficiency, and we've initiated strategic and business planning focused on achieving our dual mandates of delivering needed housing at a scale to meet community needs and generating sufficient revenue to support our internal operations. However, we are realizing this is a very big job, especially with very limited land opportunities and limited capital to make projects work. So we will need creativity and strong commitments from partners at all levels to move this work forward. We believe this work will have a real and meaningful impact on the community, but it will also take time and continued investment from our partners as we build and scale. We want to be accountable and transparent to the community and to council about what we're facing and commit to continuing this as we move forward. And as always, we are grateful for the continued partnership of council, staff, and the community in our work. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Council, are there any questions? Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. It strikes me that of all the things that gets talked about in this space, a particular key issue is the sort of bubble of seniors going through the system now, and I guess a medium-term need that may dissipate, but like a sort of a real critical need there that the government is upper levels of government are stepping away from. And so where I'm going with this, in my mind, it shouldn't be an issue, but if we were to step away a bit from some of our perpetual affordable housing policy and sort of ask for the next 10 years for greater prioritization on housing seniors in such a way that 10 years from now or whatever the appropriate time is, it could be a different cohort that lives in those same units. Would that have unforeseen challenges that I'm not thinking of? Like in my mind, it's a way to address a particularly acute challenge in the system for the sort of next decade, maybe. And so is there room to consider that, or is the reason why we wouldn't or couldn't or shouldn't consider that as part of sort of relooking at how we address housing as upper levels of the government step away from it?
Yeah, I don't know. This seems to speak more to the district's PAH policies. I can speak a little bit to what we've seen in our portfolio and other places. So we do have seniors in our housing. Tantalus Manor is, I'd say, about a third seniors. And the district's PAH policy, which governs the housing agreements for Highline and other units coming on board, does include seniors. So folks who worked in Squamish previously and are retired are still eligible to live in PAH units. So I don't think I would see the district's approach to housing really precluding housing for seniors. Operationally, we find some seniors aging in place might have an increased need for supports, which we can't always meet in our housing, but we do see churn in our homes from folks accessing long-term care and moving out to access those supports.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to further build on that, and maybe Mr. Valeneskis can step in. But my sense is also our ability to secure purpose-built below market units that would fall under our PH policy is actually minimized quite a bit with some pre-zoning work and the development of ACCs. So we still maintain our CAC bylaw or policy. Sorry, it's not a bylaw, it's policy. But I feel like the opportunities where that will apply are fewer than they were maybe even 5 years ago.
Through the chair, I think that is correct to some extent in that the policy will continue to only apply to rezonings, and the district may do more and more pre-zoning of land. However, I think for those bigger pieces of land, as we pre-zone, we will likely have to build in some requirement for affordable housing as a density bonus. So we should be able to capture that gap with the pre-zoning approach. And I think the type of housing that we need in the short term and the long term will likely be something that we have to look at in the next update of the PAH policy, which I believe we are planning this year, to start this year.
That's great. Do we have other questions from council? Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Encouraging to hear some more coordinated work on increased visibility around the district secured PAH units and a centralized wait list for this. I was just also curious if there's been any conversation around annual review of the stat decks, as I think we're coming up to a year of having our first major cohort of units online. Where does that work sit in terms of annual review of statutory declarations for PAH units?
Through the chair, it's something that we've started discussing or have discussed in the past. But no, I wouldn't say that we have an update at this point. Unless you have one, Sarah.
We've done our own. One issue that we're running into is we're actually involved in eligibility testing of a lot of the PAH units, so aren't positioned to be then the reviewer for those units. There's a conflict there. So we're working that through with the district, and it may require a bit of a split bit of work there.
Okay, thanks. Is that it? Do we have any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Pettengill.
And this is maybe to our staff. My recollection is that some of the money that we had been providing to this purpose, to the Housing Society, had been effectively offset by grants that we were getting, which I think we are nearing the end of. And so as opposed to a sort of a $50,000 differential, am I correct in thinking that this is really for us a $500,000 gap a year effectively?
Through the chair. So we are using CMHC grant funding right now to provide capacity funding to the society. And that transition happens at the end of next year into 28 and 29 under the agreement. At the same time, we've been contributing $225,000 from taxation yearly to the Affordable Housing Reserve, with the idea that once the grant funding ends at the end of 27, we will then switch to half taxation, half Affordable Housing Reserve contributions to continue funding the agreement.
Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. And then I think this is just some clarity from our delegation staff and to council in terms of our timeline here. This is a request for the 2027 budget. So would it be fair that we direct this request to our budgeting process for 2027? And does that work in timeline for Housing Squamish?
Yeah, that should work.
There's no further questions. I'd make that motion that this be referred to our 2027 budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, well, question from Mayor Herford first.
Sorry, just I'm supportive of the motion in the direction that we're going here. Is the sometimes when we make these referrals to the budget process, we're not explicit with the starting line. Is our referring the amount that we'd be considering at the fulfilling that gap, like the maintaining the funding through that, or is it this whole just the balance of this conversation there? I'm not sure what's intended by the mover.
I'll be clear with my motion. Thank you for the request. I will move that we refer the request for an additional $50,000 be included in the 2027 budget.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Are there any comments? Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I can support this without hesitation. And when it comes time to revisit this matter during our budget deliberation process, I will have no trouble responding to the community and pointing to the presentation we've received this afternoon. I think that anybody most people could be quite satisfied with the rationale and the information that's been provided by Housing Squamish. I think it's quite impressive and convincing. However, there is also a statement that's made in the presentation to us this afternoon. I'll quote, "With senior government stepping away from housing commitments, community support for our work is more important than ever." And here, I think we need to also be facing our constituents, district taxpayers, and assure them, as per, I believe, our last discussion this afternoon, that we're going to continue with our advocacy vis-a-vis senior governments as to what their role should be. This is concerning. And I think that we need to have we are always asking, but we still don't have answers as to what's the plan for the role of local government here, and with inadequate resources to play the role that we're asking to. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Councillor French with his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm supporting the motion, and I want to highlight the word concerning from Councillor Anderson. When the funding formula for Housing Squamish first came to us, and we were presented with the idea of this stepping down of district contributions over time as the Housing Society established itself, was something that I supported wholeheartedly at the time. And in the far recesses of my brain, there was that lagging concern of what if something or some things go sideways that impact funding for the society, and it has them coming back to the District of Squamish for exactly this kind of request. And I recognize that that was part of the reality at the time, and here we are. So, Councillor Anderson, just like you, I'm concerned about this, and at this point, I support moving ahead in the way that we are.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Do I see Councillor Pettengill is your hand up? Yep.
Yeah, happy to support this motion. Just sort of add that, now, even though this is an area that the upper levels of government are not living up to their responsibility, we are a community that is fortunate enough where we do have the capacity to provide more support. And so it's something we need to, I think, lean into, even if it's not really our role. And saying that we have capacity doesn't mean that everyone's swimming in cash, because that's not the case. But when I look around our community, we do have some ability to help each other out. I would also say, though, that this does, for me, I think, intersect a little bit with our perpetually affordable housing policy. The context of where we need to focus may be changing a little bit too with everything that's going on. And so, putting this money into housing and the housing society makes a lot of sense. Where we may or may not need to focus that may need a bit more thought, in my mind, but that's for future discussions. But thank you for bringing this.
Thanks. I have Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Happy to support this, and just thank you for all the work that you and your team are doing. Delivering housing to our community is incredibly important, and we're learning more and more about the many ways that it's extremely challenging to do so. So I think this ask is reasonable. As you highlighted, these other orders of government stepping back from this file sort of broadly, but the crisis persists and ever worsens in my opinion. And I think that each municipality probably, or each local government even across the country, is likely to tell you all the ways that they're their own special snowflake. But Squamish, in the current context of housing, very much is, in my opinion. We've seen the rents go up and the availability or the vacancy continue to be at essentially zero, all different degrees of zero. It seems to be the measurements over the last few years. So I think this is a very reasonable request given the scope of the crisis we're facing as a community on this with our housing. So thank you very much, and I hope look forward to working as and supporting as much as possible to move these things forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, happy to support the motion on the floor and thank my council colleagues for their support, and to Sarah Ellis and her team and the board members who are here and those who aren't for all the work in trying to make this vision come to fruition. It's been one that we've held for a long time around this table and in our community to have a housing authority. I think we all wish we were Whistler sometimes. And it took Whistler a long time to get to where they are, and we weren't going to do it overnight. We are a few years in, and we were really lucky in the first few years in the context that we were working in, and that is changing. And I really appreciate the creativity and the out-of-the-box thinking that is coming from you and your team to try and figure out how we continue to move forward in times when they're more difficult. I think one of the pieces that I take away from this in the last few years with a $2 million investment, we have 48 units under management. That's less than $42,000 a unit. Like, there's no way that we would typically be able to do that without the amount of time and energy that your team has put into finding creative partnerships and solutions to getting more housing units into nonprofit housing and below market. So just thank you for that. And I think that an additional $50,000 to make sure that there's that continuity there, to be able to continue to pursue this really important work on a file that we know affects everybody across our community is critical. I'm really grateful to hear from staff that our PAH policy is under review this year. That's aside from this presentation today, but definitely tangential. Last but not least, we knew that 300 units under management in the timeline that was originally presented was ambitious. And I really, really appreciated the big audacious goals. And it's okay if we need to pivot along the way. Like, we still hold that same vision for our community that we can bring homes to those who need them. It just might take us a little bit longer, and that's okay. We'll continue to work to it. I also want to thank our council for the work that we've done over the last few years to actually set aside some money into our Affordable Housing Reserve Fund that will help kind of the step down that occurs once the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund money does go away. It means it'll be a lesser impact on our community to feel that on a tax increase basis. So there's some reserve money that is set there to ensure that there's continuity for the affordable housing project in our community. So thanks for that forward-looking work.
Thanks. And then I'll just have a few comments of my own. I'm happy to support, basically any initiative you bring to this table. The work that you're doing in our community is so desperately needed, and you're doing a fantastic job, and I'm sure it's very difficult. So I very much appreciate your efforts. Not super stoked about having to give more money, since it is another level of government that's left us in this situation, but it's just, I don't know how many things we have to put crisis next to start understanding that there are some systemic issues that we need to address. But whatever gets the work done for you guys, it is such important work in our community, and it is so desperately needed and just so greatly appreciated. So yeah. And also, love it when you come here with ROIs around 1,000%. Pretty good. So yeah, thanks for your work. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. So thank you very much for coming today and for all the good work. Thanks. Okay. And with that, I'll be looking for a motion to terminate. Oh, Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Mayor Herford. We do, but it's in a, yeah, it's a different meeting. You snooze, you lose there, Councillor Stoner. Opposed? Okay, all in favor. Thanks.